Hope you all are doing good today. Man, as you know that we are in the campaign to raise 25,000 euros to get Swahili names. What's up, everybody? I hope you all are doing good today. Man, as you know that we are in the campaign to raise 25,000 euros to get Swahili Nation One Africa office. And I'm just here, guys, to ask you that we really need your help. Why 25,000 euros? Because we need 15,000 euros to secure the place for the whole year, and 5,000 euros to buy furnitures for the office as well as utility. But also we need extra 5,000 euros for the studio. We need to buy camera, we need to buy lightnings, we need to buy green screen, chairs, and some other stuff for the studio. So in total, we need 25,000 euros. And that's why we started a campaign of €5 for 5,000 people. We're just asking to get 5,000 people, and each one of y'all to only give €5 in order to reach our goal of 25,000 euros. And you are free to give more than €5, but we want to ask you guys to participate, to be part of this, because these offices are not for me, but these offices are for the Africa. You know, having offices and doing what we do, it will help us to do our work in a huge capacity more than the way we do right now. Because all the time, I just do it from home. But there's a lot of things and a lot of opportunity they're passing by simply because you don't have office, the place where we can work. So we're asking you guys to join our hands and please be part of this change. We mentioned earlier that this is going to be the year of action. And guys, this is One Africa in action. Come and collaborate with us, do with us. And one thing I can promise you guys, every single euro that you will give, it will be used for a greater cause, for the office. And you guys will be able to see everything and all the reports and everything that is happening. We need you guys. We cannot do this without you. So please help us out. Until right now, we already raised almost 1,500 euros. But the journey is still long. We still have like more than 24,000 euros to raise. So please help us to spread the word. Share the link of GoFundMe. Go to our page of GoFundMe. Just write Swahili Nation One Africa Funding. You'll see our page there on GoFundMe. And please donate anything you can, and we'll highly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a great day. I love you guys.
Welcome, people. Welcome. I hope you guys are having a beautiful Sunday.
Hey guys, what's up, everybody? I hope you all are doing good.
Welcome, people. Welcome. I hope you guys are. Yeah, today we're talking about the hidden. Today we're talking about land grabs in Africa. But I wanted to greet you guys and remember about the Swahili Nation GoFundMe. If you haven't heard about it, we're raising funds for an office right now, and that will help improve the services that we give here. And you know, progress is always welcome. So yeah, always feel free to go to the link on the chat room right there and donate five euros. Go a whole lot of way. It'll go a long way in helping us in this cause we're doing right now. So yeah, thank you for that. Today we're talking about One Africa. Today, of course, we're talking about One Africa, but today we're talking about land grab in Africa. If you've been looking at the news lately, the Maasais in the Ngorongoro region in Tanzania, they've been going through some a lot of problems because of basically land grabs. Welcome, Maria Antoinette. Ali as usual. Yeah, the Maasais in Tanzania, they're really going through some problems. Even there's been like there was a petition a few months ago that had more than 3 million signatories, people signed more than 3 million people because of this issue that people are taking out of their own land in the name of tourism, in the name of conservation, in the name of all these causes. So yeah, today that's what we're tackling. Today, the Hidden Hand, we're tackling something that is much deeper than that, something that has been used to be land grabbing in Africa, that has been done in the name of all these good names, all these good causes, all these, for the sake of helping Africa. There even land grabs for the sake of food. So yeah, I think Marie Antoinette shared us a link the other day. We'll be going through it. But before that, let me share my favorite book. Today I came prepared, guys. So not to worry. I hope technology doesn't mess us, but I don't think it will today. Today, the hidden hand is prepared. Yeah. There we are. So yeah, guys, as you guys join in, as you guys welcome. Let me have my sip of coffee. You can start the show. Hope you guys had a very good Sunday, guys. My Sunday is doing well. It's a beautiful night in the east coast of Africa right now. Mombasa, the ancient city of Mombasa. Maybe one day we'll talk about Mombasa. It's a beautiful city, but it also has its own history. You know? Nobody talks. When I talk about Black people history, African history, they never talk about the east coast of Africa. Apart from the slave trade, they never talk about anything else. But there's a lot of history in the east coast of Africa. Yeah, so let me see if guys are coming in. Today's a very good episode. We are just continuing from, because last time we talked about the poverty in Africa. We talked about debt in Africa. This is actually a continuation, but now we're talking about the land grabs. And I think we'll start with land grabs. Then I'll show you a nice video of a guy who was talking about this, and one of the activists. Oh, Rahel, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we'll talk about I'll show you a video about an activist. Then we'll show you some of these articles that, you know, just finally we'll just go through the articles. Then I'll open the stream for you guys to join in and, you know, give your words and give your 2 words. Also guys, don't forget to donate. The link is over there for those of you who haven't donated. I've donated, so yeah, let's join the family, guys. €5 for, you know, 5,000 people. €5, we get an office. Well, let's talk about the food crisis. I think everybody knows about the food crisis that's happening right now in Africa, right? So yeah, let's talk about the food crisis. In early 2007, something unexpected happened. Let me make this bigger. The land grabbers. We're talking about land grabbing in Africa today. In early 2007, something unexpected happened. Reports began to trickle about rising food prices around the world. This sounds familiar, guys. It's some things. I don't know. Sometimes history is just cyclical. You know, what happens today happened like 30 years ago, happened like 100 years ago, happened like 200. It's crazy sometimes. If you read a lot of history books, you'll find that when they say there's nothing new under the sun, like, yeah, it's probably the truth. Within a matter of, it was a full-blown crisis. Seeing their survival on the line, people took to the streets across much of the global south. In Burkina Faso, food prices soared by 65%, triggering protests, riots. Oh yeah, Burkina Faso, in many of the major cities. So there were protests in Burkina Faso because of the rising. This is just Africa. Cameroon also, there were protests. Food is very sensitive. Just the other day there was a protest in Sudan. If you guys, and there was actually I think even in, I don't know, like when food prices rises and it becomes impossible to eat, guys, for sure there will be a regime change. That's like one of the biggest change. Well, one of the biggest signifiers of, okay, this regime is coming to an end. In Cameroon, protests turned violent and led to deaths of 24 people. Okay, Bangladesh, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, all of them had unrest. Even in Egypt, food prices galvanized and mass social discontent that would eventually topple. Yeah, in Egypt, by 2008, the IMF, these guys, these guys again. The IMF had announced the world food prices had increased by 80% in a single year. In a world where more than half the population lives below the poverty line, such an increase in the food prices meant potential starvation for hundreds and millions of people. For casual Western observers, it was easy to dismiss this crisis as a natural phenomenon, the inevitable results of fluctuating supply and demand in the market. And certainly there was some of this at play. Rising incomes in China were translating into higher demands for meat and milk, and as a result, huge swaths of agricultural fields were retooled to feed livestock and instead of people. Oh yeah. Even I don't know. I think this is even common in. I see this in Kenya too, and I see this even in East Africa, where people are growing avocados. You know, like yeah. It's interesting. In the United States, demand for biofuels meant that 1/3 of the national corn was being channeled into ethanol production, with many farmers planting fewer food crops in order to cash in on the biofuel craze. At the same time, climate change had caused droughts in a number of key grain-producing countries, reducing. Oh yeah, now it's the war in Ukraine, reducing their export volumes. Global harvests continue to grow, but not as quickly as before. The rising prices of oil. Oh, so this is such a it's like somebody might think I'm reading the news, and this is history, which hit historic highs during this period might have had something to do with it, driving up costs of farming inputs and food transportation. But none of these drivers were significant enough to account for the sheer scale of what is going on. Beginning in 1991, Goldman Sachs took advantage of the new financial deregulations and decided to bundle commodity features, including food, into a single index. So yeah, last week we were talking about billionaires buying up all the land, all the agricultural land, to be specific, right? So yeah, this was because the big banks began putting food in as a commodity, like what is it, like shares, like a commodity market, like Bitcoin. Food was also people are looking at food, and food also became like people. Let me just read it here because it's traders. They are speculative trade. People speculating that the prices of food will rise. So when a billionaire speculates, the price of food will rise, he buys up all these farms, speculating that, okay, I'm going to make a huge profit because food prices will rise. So that which also contributes to an increase in food prices because guys have to eat anyway. Traders could then speculate on this index and investment funds could link their portfolios to it. It was a new kind of financial derivative, one of the many such instruments that are being peddled on Wall Street in those years. For the most part, investors didn't pay it much mind, and the index remained something of a financial backwater for years. But as the first hints of subprime mortgage crisis that appeared in the 2005, for those who are in America, I think in Africa we don't go through. I think our economies are yet to go through some serious recession. I think United people in the West, they really, when they come, they know the recessions because they know there's a recession between, I think, is it 08 or something like that, or between 05 and 08. Nervous. Wait, let me check if people are hearing me. Welcome, Samira. Welcome, watching the Hawks. Yeah. Okay, the microphone is on. So okay. So where was I? But the first hint, there was a mortgage crisis. It affected prices in the economy, particularly the food prices rises skyrocketed till 2007. In other words, people who were savvy enough to pull out of the housing bubble before it busted ended up inflating another bubble, and this time it was the food bubble. Food became a commodity, as it was already said. But the crisis didn't stop there. World food prices continued to fluctuate, crashing in 2009 back to pre-crisis levels, then surging again in 2010 to break yet new records in 2011, prices were 2.5 times higher than they were in 2004. This trend, aggravated by climate change-induced weather, oh my God. It's like I'm reading the news, but in 04, it's like, somehow, people, these problems that we have today, they may look like as if they are modern problems, but I don't know. Sometimes it makes it paints a very bad picture for humanity. It's like we are forgetful, and we just do the same things, and we just go through the same cycles. So yeah, food prices were higher. North America, grain producing. Yeah. The Egyptian dictator was toppled in 08. Oh no, I'm back. Yeah. According to the United Nations sources, some 40 million extra people around the world had been plunged into hunger crisis, most of them probably in Africa. As if the food crisis wasn't bad enough, the world's poor in itself had a dramatic knock-on effect on no one saw coming. Here is doing investors seized the opportunity to buy up millions of acres of land around the world for agricultural production for both food and biofuels. In order to take advantage of the soaring prices, many governments got in and governments began also buying land for food security. You can see that now everybody's talking. It's like we're in a similar stage right now. Everybody's talking about food security in the West, right? Because of the Ukraine crisis. Just I think this week, I think the South African president is in Russia this week, or I think it was this week. The South African president, and was there talk about food. Many governments got into the game as well, worried about the future cost, the future social unrest, because food is the guaranteed thing that makes your government die. Like it makes people rise up against your government, and when they rise about food, they don't sit down. Your government definitely goes. Countries not self-sufficient in food were particularly eager to snatch up farmlands, especially given that a number of big food-producing countries were cutting down on exports. You see this? I think you had India, and even let's put it in Africa. Uganda also has cut down on exports on food. A lot of countries at this moment, even China, putting down the exports on wheat. Nobody. So yeah, similar problem happening right now, in order to ensure that they had enough of their own needs. Many of these purchases were land grabs. Now, let's define a land grab. A land purchase qualifies to become a land grab when it entails the transfer of at least 500 acres to be converted from a smallholder production, collective use, or ecosystem services to commercial activity. Basically, if you go to a village, or if you go to a forest, or if you go to and you take more than 500 acres and convert it into a commercial farmland, that's a land grab. Or just commercial activities, not even farmland, you can convert it into anything, but that's classified as a land grab. So land grabs may provide abstract economic benefit. Yeah. Now here's one thing I think we will talk about one day or later on, that GDP. Is GDP a proper measurement for a good economy, right? Because there are things that GDP does not measure. Like right now, you see, when you land grab, you're increasing GDP, but you're increasing also food insecurity. So it's like, is GDP the right gauge to measure people economic success of a country? So yeah, I think maybe somebody will come here and talk about it, but probably I'll talk about it in a future date or even later during the stream. For instance, but they often cause environmental damage. Yeah, it is difficult to know exactly how much land has been grabbed in this way, because many of the transactions that are conducted are in secret and behind closed door. Stinks of Chinese deals. Chinese usually like these types of deals that they conduct very secret deals about land and ports and early estimates of the World Bank put the figure at 120 million acres during the decade of 2000. Oh, so from 2000 and from 2000 and 2010, basically the first decade of the century of the century of the millennia. While Oxfam predicts it at 560 million acres over the same period. Okay, so nobody really knows the size, but they think it's big, in the millions of acres, in the hundreds of millions of acres. These numbers are difficult to verify, but the latest data, which tabulates only confirmed. So this one's the one that is known for sure is 162 million acres. This is now known for sure that 162 million acres have been grabbed. While majority of the land grabbers are obviously from rich countries, majority of the target land is in poor countries. So this is obviously the North looting the South. Britain, we know their deal with Africa. We know their colonial history with Africa. Is the biggest land grabber. So Britain, if Britain is grabbing land, where it's like. It's obviously in Africa. But US is the biggest in terms of size. US probably is South America, but China and India are not too far behind. About a third, I told about China deals with Africa because China is also buying out of land in Africa. I think 1 year ago, guys were really raising the flag because they were like all these consecutive deals with China and African governments that cannot be put, that are secret, that you don't know what, but all of a sudden you see Chinese fencing up forests, fencing up agricultural land. So you're like, oh, so probably a similar deal is going on there. About a third of all land grabs involved regional investors. The story is much clearer when we look at the class terms. The land grabber is always rich, regardless of where they're from. After all, 1%, the 1% is now a global class. Because, while the people who are, this is a very strong point, but the 1% is now a global class, meaning that I think this is a very interesting point, that the 1%, when you look at maybe the African 1% and the European 1%, like the Africans who are rich. I think I was listening to somebody talk about the Africans who are rich. They act like the Europeans. In fact, some of them want to probably go ahead and live in. If you have enough money, you take your children to Europe, and and you've gone. So I don't know. I think it is a fallacy. It's a fallacy to think that because you're rich, you are part of the 1%, and now you're not African. There is this fallacy that goes on with the rich. It's like, okay, I'm rich now, I'm not part of the African, I'm part of the global 1%. But the rich people in those sides, I think this book was out before Corona. So, but I think Corona set the record straight that now we don't care if you have money, you don't have money, the flights are closed, you're not coming, nobody from your country is coming here. So this myth that, oh, because I'm rich, I'm part of the global 1%, that is now your tribe, that is now, those are now your people, and you're no longer African. I think I don't know. I think I think it's been busted, and I know some of them, they still think like that. You need to deal with you need to face reality that no. These people don't see you as the European 1%, the American, the Western 1%. They don't see you as the same as no matter how rich you are, they don't see you as the same. While the people who are displaced from the land are always poor. Yeah, land grabbers tend to target regions where people do not have formal or legal title to their land. And this really, if you look at the South African situation, where they were pastoralists, when they move, the pastoralist way of life is maybe this time of the season you move to this side, you move to that. So when they moved, then when they came back, they found Europeans, and the Europeans say, no, we found this land, and, like, it's not. There's a lot of when pastoralists go through a lot of problems because of this, because they do not believe in the farming. Tribes that in fact all over Africa, if you look at the tribes that do not believe in farming, that they were just herders. So they just took their cattle to different regions to eat different types of, you know, food, and during this different types of the season, different seasons, they when capitalism set its face on Africa, these are the people who suffered. One of the people who suffered the most, because you know the agricultural people, they were like, oh no, they could you know, it was easier for them to claim their land, and to stick to their land. And if you are to, and it was obvious, it was so obvious that when they were taken away. But pastoralists, you know, a lot of their land has been grabbed. Even, and you can see this in Maasai, because they are pastoralists. You see, oh no, you're pastoralists, so you can move. You know, there is this feeling that this is not your land, this you can move, but you've been there in that land for maybe thousands of years. This is where the clash of the African way of life and the Western way of life comes in. While the people who are displaced from the land are all, oh yeah, and the residents are too poor to mount a serious claim or go to court or something like that. Serious challenges in court. They also tend to favor countries that have poor government scores. I talked about this. I don't know if it was last time, or I don't know if it was during the last, or maybe the one before that. But they love the other government. They love a good dictator. The Western governments, they love an African dictator, because the African dictator, he, you know, like we talked about the loans. He takes loans in the name of his. Which he is not mandated to do by his people, that do not benefit his people. So these are the people, and it goes even back to the slavery, where chiefs just signing off people. Yeah, let's not go too deep, but yeah, some of these problems have been plaguing us for centuries, and where the local corruption means that the deals can be concluded quickly. So I think we'll do another stream. I don't know when. Maybe it's going to be the next stream, but we're going to talk about who this corruption in Africa. Is it because, you know, I see countries, and a good example is Tanzania with Magufuli, who, when you see presidents who are trying to genuinely fight corruption in their countries, they are always attacked or always displayed in a negative light by the Western governments, or they always. They did not get positivity from outside Africa. And so these are one of the reasons, because, you know, so if a government is not corrupt, it's not going to allow land grabs from the West, or even East right now, even because, you know, China is also doing the land grabs. So where the local corruption means deals, somebody who deals can be concluded quickly, the trend that incidentally inverts the conventional assumption that good governance attracts foreign investment. This is actually a good. Yeah, I've learned how to use this this book reader. I can actually highlight now. So yeah, I'm getting better at this. South Sudan, for instance, attracted some of the biggest and murkiest land heists shortly after it acquired independence, before it had a government to speak of, and even before proper maps of the new country had been drawn up. This explains why 66% of the land that was grabbed between 2000 and 2010, the first 10 years of the millennium, was in Africa. 66% of the land that was grabbed. Accounting up to 4% of the continent's total land mass. Africa, actually, you can if you look at this map here, you can actually see it. Let me see if I can zoom it. No, I can't. But as you can see, all of this, these circles are all confirmed land grabs. This is the source is the land matrix. For guys who wanted the source, go check out the website. So this is actually 4% of the world's land mass was grabbed in Africa. 4% of Africa's land mass actually was grabbed, and this 4% is actually agricultural land. It's not, nobody grabbed the desert. This is actually agricultural land that is very valuable. Africa is an ideal target because most communities, yeah, look at this, you see, African way of life versus capitalism. Africa is an ideal target because most communities tend to hold land collectively without formal titles. Control over a specific plot is often reckoned according to customary norms and oral traditions. And much of this land is technically owned by the state. A holdover. This is what's happened if you look at like when we read this, just look at it with from the perspective of what's happening in Ngorongoro with the Maasais right now, who are being chased out of their land because control over specific plots is often reckoned according to customary norms and oral tradition. So Maasai is one of the few tribes actually in East Africa that have really hung on to their traditions, and because of that, look that they are getting punished. That is just the truth. They're getting punished because they held on to their traditions to the core, like even the way they do the land. And it shouldn't be like that. I don't know. Sometimes I'm really disappointed by the President Samia. I don't know. I don't understand this, but yeah, it is what it is. Control over specific plots is often reckoned according to and much of this land technically is owned by the state, a holdover from the colonial era, when European governments simply appropriate vast swaths of land to themselves through legal writ. This control makes it easy for politicians and bureaucrats in Africa to sell, lease land to foreign investors. They always call foreign investors for a song in return, for whatever kickbacks the buyer is willing to extend. In many land grab cases, both sides are party to the obvious corruption. And as for the actual inhabitants of the land, they end up having to bear the real cost. They lose their homes, their resources, their livelihoods, and their communities. In many ways, this scenario, this is a book, The Grapes of Wrath from John Steinbeck's. If you look at, but this is about England, because the things that are practiced in Africa now, they were practiced in Europe like a while back. They are doing what they're doing to us, they did to themselves. And people died actually more often than not. Countries that are giving away land already suffer from serious hunger problems. In Liberia, 75% of the country's land was in the hands of large investors. 75%. In Liberia, 75% of your country. How can you call yourself independent if 75% is owned by foreign investors or large investors? In 2012, and this was in 2012. This was in 2012. I don't know. So that's like 10 years ago. So I don't know if that. While 24% of Liberian children were malnourished. I think, I don't know, what was I listening to yesterday? Where somebody was saying that when you look at corruption, you look at the people who suffer, even when you look at the starving person in Africa, it's the children. It's always children who suffer. Children who are innocent, just coming to the world and born into in a society that does not even think about them. It's crazy. I don't know what. Sometimes it's like supernatural. Like this is what type of curse is this? Not all land grabs are aimed at improving food security for the grabbers. Astonishingly, sometimes the grabbing is done in the name. Okay, here's where we get to the land grabbing and the causes they say about land grabbing. Astonishingly, sometimes the land grabbing is done in the name of improving the plight of the grabbed. As hunger increased in the wake of food price crisis, the G8 back when Russia was in the G8, and more than 200% of the world's biggest agribusiness corporations, including Monsanto, this is Coca-Cola, this is a big corporation, took the opportunity to launch new wave of land grabs, to put it, okay, basically on humanitarian grounds. Basically, so the likes of Coca-Cola, Cargill, these are just land companies. These are, I think, agricultural companies or something like that. Coca-Cola is not agricultural, though. I don't know. Maybe the formula comes from that. But they took a lot of huge land grabs back in the global food crisis. In 2012, they launched a new alliance for food security and nutrition, which set out to uplift 50 million out of poverty over the next 10 years through the inclusive, sustained agricultural growth. Peasant farmers are notably absent, basically African farmers in this point. When they make decisions, no African is in the G8, right? There's no African country in the G8. So when they make decisions about global hunger, they are making decisions in the name of their own countries, in the interest of their own corporations. This is why I was like happy about BRICS, but we'll talk to Pastor Ezra and tell her. But I believe this is why I was hopeful about BRICS, because at least we know there is South Africa in BRICS. So at least our there is a voice about African farmers. The project promises agricultural aid and private investments to African countries that agree to change their laws in order to facilitate access to land to foreign farms. 10 countries have signed up, agreeing to cut corporate taxes, ease export regulations, extend the length of the leases, and set aside huge chunks of prime agricultural land for agribusinesses. In Cote d'Ivoire, these deals are set to transfer more than 1.5 million acres to foreign companies. Cote d'Ivoire is giving, I don't know if this happened, but basically they're saying Cote d'Ivoire was set to transfer 1.5 million acres to a foreign company, which according to 2013, the report watchdog group Grain will displace 10. And this, now look at this, when they talk about this, you might think this land is empty. But it's not empty. Tens of thousands of rice. In fact, people were already farming in that land, but I don't know. These are just crazy things that happen just crazy things that happen in Africa. Like tens of thousands of people, rice farmers, and that is their ancestral land. That is their indigenous land. They've been going to be displaced in the name of a foreign company. Then when there is food crisis, we have to go to Russia to beg them to open there. Yeah, the very people that the G8 claims that will be the primary beneficiaries. We know the G8. Land is not the only commons that the alliance seeks to enclose. Seeds. Now, if you look closely, Kenya actually a few months ago passed a law that banning the distribution of seeds that are not licensed, and that was a very weird law. There was a huge uproar, and Tanzania actually even passed a similar legislation. I think South Africa have already passed such a. This is a funny legislation that leads to the patenting of seeds. Seeds being patented. That basically you cannot share seeds that are not patented. And this, when seeds are patented, who benefits? The person who owns the patent, right? And those patents are not owned by African corporations. They are owned by Western. So basically, they are telling you, and they're using your own government to enforce that you are not, even with the seeds you plant in your own farm, we have to give you the okay. Yeah, but don't worry, guys. As it gets green, but we'll offer solutions too. In the hidden hand. So don't get too hopeless. Land is not the common. Land is not. Oh, yeah, talking. This is about the Seeds Act. Food production and biofuel may be the biggest drivers of land grabbing, but there are many other sectors involved as well. In Papua New Guinea, more than a tenth of the country's land was grabbed in a single decade, handed over to foreign logging companies, climate change, guys. Then climate eager to get their souls into the region's famous, you sacrifice your own rainforest. In Cambodia, okay, we're keeping it African. But perhaps the most recent trend of land grabbing is now being conducted in the name of the most progressive cause in this century, climate change. This is where I think Marie Antoinette sent her a link about the, I think it was the Guardian talking about climate change, and I was talking about how they use climate change to grab land. Here, let's find out. Climate change in 2005, the United Nations and World Bank, these guys, World Bank. You know, when you hear World Bank, you just know. began developing the new strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions known as RED, or rather by its clumsy full name, reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. RED allows companies in rich countries to buy carbon credits to get around the emission limits and use that money to protect forests in developing countries from being chopped down for commercial purposes. RED's basic innovation is to recognize that our present economic model assigns values to forests only when trees are chopped down and turned to commodities. It fails to account for the devastating, this is what I was talking about, GDP. It fails to account, GDP also does that. GDP also fails to account for the devastating and incredibly expensive costs that deforestation produces in the form of climate change. Normally, forest serves as important carbon sinks, but when they are destroyed, they release vast amount of carbons into the air. Deforestation contributes 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions. RED seeks to redress this by pricing failure, by allowing forest owners to profit from not chopping down the trees, recognizing that the forest provides an important environmental service to all humanity it's about the importance of forests. Now this seems like a good steps in theory, as all steps look, but in practice it had a devastating consequence. In many cases, RED pilot projects have led to forced eviction of indigenous communities from forests. There are people who have been living in peace in forests. They have not, for hundreds of years. People living in indigenous tribes that have been living in forests, hundreds of years, nothing. They have not done anything. In fact, it's the people who come, foreign investors, that are cutting down forests. But now they are told, get out, you're the problem. Same to the Maasai. In Kenya, for instance, the government has cooperated. Oh my God, these guys, World Bank led RED by evicting, destroying homes of 15,000 indigenous Sengwe people who live in the Embubu. Is this in Kenya, really? RED is also incentivizing a new wave of land grabs, corporations and states rushing to buy forests in developing countries in order to cash in on the payouts. A practice known as carbon colonialism. You see, corporations, let me highlight this part. Corporations and states are now rushing to buy forests in developing countries in order to cash in on the payouts. A practice known as carbon colonialism. Some are taking advantage of the loopholes in RED that actually permit deforestation of original forests so long as new forests are planted elsewhere, even if those new forests happen to be plantations. In other words, some of the very companies are driving deforestation through land grabs, are now grabbing yet more land under the guise of offsetting. Basically, this guy is buying farmland. Yeah. He's buying a forest in the name of I'll grow another forest somewhere else, and then in that somewhere else is growing food. And in the name of growing a forest, you see, Red is rapidly bringing forests into the market, and in the end, it will lead to zero reduction of carbon emissions. After all, the whole idea behind carbon credits is to allow polluters to avoid reducing the emissions by buying their way around the rules. While local elites might make handsome profits, the guys who think the African people who think they're part of the global 1%, the environment losses that a developing country suffers at the hands of land grabbers are immense. You know, this Thursday, our brother Paul was talking about climate change in Africa. So, you know, sometimes I don't know if they say this our topics usually they align in Africa. Sometimes you find that if you follow the whole week, like Monday, Mika maybe gives an interview. Tuesday, Tanzan talks about African traditions. Wednesday, it's Professor Ezra himself talking about education in Africa. Thursday, we have actually two shows. One is Paul at 5 o'clock. I think it's 6 o'clock East African time, and then we have he talks in Swahili and he talks about a huge range of topics. This time he talked about climate change, and we have Dr. Beneza himself, and he talks about the potential in Africa. And Friday we talked about Friday we have Pastor Ezra himself, His Excellency Pastor Ezra, and he talks about usually the weekly recap. You know, Saturday we are Biggie. Biggie is the host on Saturday, and he talks about diaspora affairs. And Sunday we conclude the week with the hidden hand. And here we are talking about climate change. So what a conclusion, eh? Some of these deals, okay, let's talk about these deals are bad basically, and are justified by policymakers in target countries as the basis that they will provide they will provide tax and GDP, the GDP argument. Here comes the GDP argument, where it will raise GDP, but you're destroying your own forests, you're giving your land to foreign investors, but in the name of what? It will raise GDP. So that's why I have to wonder, should we be using GDP as a measure of economic success? Because sometimes it promotes some very crazy behaviors, and it doesn't promote there are some things that should be promoted, but because GDP does not promote, right? It's like positive behavior towards the environment. That it's not promoted by the GDP. GDP does not promote that. It doesn't affect GDP, but it should be considered as a very positive factor in an economy or in a society. It's a very positive externality if you promote the conservation of your own environment. But given the fact that most of the investors involved are capable of avoiding tax system altogether, then here's the contradiction, that a lot of these foreign companies, they don't even pay tax. It's unlikely that significant benefits will ever When the typhoon Haiyan made a landfall in East Asia, let's talk about the climate changes. I don't know I think I've finished here. Making Haiyan the costliest typhoon in history. I don't know. Is this about land? I don't think it's about land. I think we've done with the land plus. Yeah, this is about climate change. Yeah, we're done with the land part. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So yeah, well, I think I'll be playing a very interesting video. Let me check out the chat. We Africans are not responsible for climate change. We are the ones who should be dictating Yeah, it's true, Samira. The Jamaican Junk Crow channel. We Africans are too generous. We share Africa with everyone, yet no one shares the lands with us. True. The pandemic has demonstrated that in China and how the pandemic has demonstrated that in China and how they treated African people in China. Yeah. African, yeah. Even the Chinese did not treat Africans that well. World Bank, IMF, and WHO are the economic enemies. That's true, Tanzania. Welcome, guys, to the show. These are all telltales of under misconception. They don't help people. They don't help the people, but help themselves and their cronies. That's true. Fraser, hi everyone. Hello, Luli Sky. Salam Dua. That's the goal and intention, to starve out the wreck and wreck the masses. Yeah. The world is the world, yeah, Tanzania, it's true. The world is it's upside down. It's crazy. How are you? Hello, hey, my internet. A holdover from colonization. Sharon Frazier, it's definitely a disconnect with many wealth black people everywhere. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. This thing that when you're rich and you're black and you think, oh no, I'm part of the global 1%. Like now you forget that you forget that they don't see you as part of them. The global, if you're black and you're rich and you think, no, these are my people now. This is my tribe, the 1%. But how many black billionaires are actually there? How many black people are actually in the 1%? So this is the issue I have. You black and you're living in luxury in Europe. It's like that's also a contradiction. Like these are people, when a European or when an American is wealthy and he goes to Europe, he's like, yeah, those are his ancestral lands. He's living in luck. But we just demonstrate. Oh, welcome, Tanzania. The West created this so-called crisis there. Yeah. Welcome Tanzania. Niko poa sana. It's all artificial to demonize Russia on war in Ukraine, but in reality, Western sanctions should be to blame. Yeah, that's a very interesting point watching the Hawks. Southern Africa are not doing enough to protect their own land from Western theft. Killing black people for hunting will never happen in Europe. Southern Africa are very okay. Southern is very easy to steal their lands by the Europeans. Hamjambo, Samira. I think I've gone through the comments. Let me play this video, then I'll open the comment sections in a few. Go through as an article. Well, hey guys, we're having a harambe. We call it a harambe in Kenya, but it's a contribution. So guys, donate to. The link is up here. I think the link is pinned. Donate to the GoFundMe Swahili Nation One Africa. We are looking for our office so that we improve our services, guys. Okay. There's a video I want you guys to see, because we're going to talk about the conservation myth also. Okay, I think I can share it here.
TNC got off pretty clean in like African Wildlife Foundation as a proxy of the Nature Conservancy in Laikipia, Kenya. And it had some pastoralists grazing the animals on it. And they moved in to get people out. And in the process of doing that, it was a violent eviction. Houses were burnt, people were killed. TNC got off pretty clean. AWF remained with all the mud on its reputation. So TNC was far enough in the background that unless you really looked at the issue, you wouldn't know they were involved. But this is the amazing transformation of civil society organizations into armed, strong-arm tactics, human rights violations that you hear civil society talk about all the time. So that is the duplicity of conservation as it's practiced right now. Again, another opinion of indigenous Africans' knowledge or lack thereof in conservation. Look at that picture. It's called a heartwarming photo essay, Kenyans protecting their wildlife. That's not conservation going on there. That's a man sleeping in a stable with a wild animal when he should be home with his family. But this stuff sells, which brings me to the other thing. This stuff sells. So it's about money. It's about money. We drift further and further from the principle that conservation is towards simple, old-fashioned material gain. Actually, I'd prefer like an oil corporation. They're honest. They tell you, we want oil. We want oil and we want to sell it because this will make money. Can we do a deal? They're straight up. But this is what's happening. And again, WWF is under examination by OECD right now for human rights violations in both Cameroon and Gabon, as they are establishing forest reserves and evicting people who've lived in those.
Yeah, as you heard, that is a very educated man. His name is Mordecai Ogada. I think I'll post his name here on the chat. But he speaks. Welcome Paul Justin. Welcome. Yeah, he speaks to what I've just been talking about, that there is a myth that Africans cannot conserve our own environment that we are indigenous to, and that myth is being propagated by the Western media in the name in a way to just, sanction land grabs, so that they grab the land and in the name of conservation, like what's happening with the Maasais right now. So let me read just this one article here. Then I will open the stream to guys so that you guys can come in and share your stuff, share your opinions. It's the last article, I'm sure. Don't know if you guys can see it. Okay, there we are. Yeah. Conservancies. Kenyan conservancies a Trojan horse. Yeah. Kenyan conservancies are Trojan horse for land grabs. Conservancies in Kenya are presented as an example of conservation by and for local people, but they can be a device to grab land. Unless this changes, future of wildlife conservation looks bleak. This was written by somebody called Steve Corey. I think he's one of these activists that talk about this stuff. I've seen his articles a lot about this issue. There are two approaches to exercising imperial ambitions over others. One is simply to invade their territory with armed forces and subjugate them. The other is to bring some of their own leaders or potential leaders into your side with inducements and threats, and so enforce your rule indirectly. The big historical empires usually did both. Britain, for example, famously ruled India by securing an allegiance of the vast 500 princely states step by step. Oh yeah, this is about India. Britain, how Britain dominated India through securing the allegiance of their leaders. Conservation is just one area in which colonial control remains embedded. Certainly in Kenya and in much of Africa and beyond, about 20% of Kenya's land is in protected areas, of which 9% of is state land. So 11% of Kenyan land is owned by private individuals, and there are 11% of Kenya's protected land, meaning when you look at Kenya, the tourism, 11% is owned by private individuals, and a lot of them come from Northern Europe and the USA. Those which make a profit do so of tourism from non-Africans, often rich ones who can afford a minimum of 1,000 per person per night for luxury holidays, with only a few crumbs from the table ever dropping into the hands of indigenous Africans who belong to that land. For comparison, the average salary of a Kenyan working in hospitality industry is lesser than $5,000 a year. In the last decades of the 20th century, some well-meaning conservationists finally began to note the criticism that they had been seizing indigenous and other people's lands without consent or any pretense at consultation. They began to realize that the traditional concept of African protected areas as zones in which exclude people, including those who have been living there for many generations, was in urgent need of reform. Even those with no interest in changing still recognize the pressing need for rebranding. Conservationists began to realize that they risked losing public support unless they claimed that they were working in partnership with the locals, even though they were not. At about the same time, white farmers in Kenya began to think that their land, originally given to them to produce food for the colony, these are the former colonialists, could make more money if they turned it into protected areas and started hosting paying visitors. Overall cost would be small. The properties had been stolen from Africans and handed them. Basically colonial stuff here. Stealing of property and selling it, and making it like a protected area, so that people don't ask you where did you get your farm, how did you get your land? Nobody, because no, I'm protecting the elephants, I'm protecting the rhinos, I'm protecting the enduring the white fantasy of sub-Saharan Africa as an untouched Garden of Eden, populated largely by exotic megafauna and popularized in literature and film. The realization that conservation dollars might be ripe for the taking seems to have first occurred in the 1980s in Lewa Downs, an old cattle ranch north of Mount Kenya, which had been given to the Craig family by the colonial government 60 years ago. The Craigs had already leased part of it to an English woman, Anne Mars, who tracked in rhinos from all over Kenya, keeping the animals in and Africans out, with the armed guards and electric. The former ranch at Lewa has become a driving force for a new wave of protected areas known as conservancies, which are springing up throughout Kenya and beyond. Most are promoted by rather opaque local NGOs and northern rangelands. Established by Craig himself in 2004. There are now over 3 dozen conservancies covering huge swaths of Kenya, totaling about 11% of the country. They have overtaken national parks in size and are often cited as vanguard for conservation reformation, which is discarded from the old fortress model, and replace it with this is just talking about, this is the technicalities. And so often with the projects in the global south, and many in the global north for that matter, peeling away the propaganda and uncovering the hidden depth, the hidden hand. To start with an aside, Though one which resonates deeply with many Kenyans, Lewa links with old colonial power remain celebrated. Prince William spent part of the British royal family spent part of its role his gap year in 2000. Boris Johnson was also here. Who else was here? I know Boris Johnson was in this with this conservative. In fact, this is here. This is Boris Johnson in a conservatives. You know, the current Prime Minister of the UK. So you can tell, you can see how this is not just a small thing. This is a huge. This goes all the way to the top. Land use in northern Kenya is key. Okay, basically this is. I think they're just talking about what we have already talked about. The British, yeah, we talked about the British land grabbing. So this is how they do it. After Kenyan independence, one way of continuing to try to press herders into settled mainstream was to recognize that but only over restricted parts for their grazing. To represent the title of a agreement, or they made agreements with the local who can't read and write. Such agreements are not made public and translated into any local language. They will never pass the scrutiny of fairness or legality, which is probably why copies of the contracts were not made available to some communities, and why some remain confidential to the investor decades after they were signed. Requests to be shown copies of contracts were ignored, but I have nonetheless read some of the confidential sources. Moreover, when the lease ends, some are liable to be renewed automatically for another 30 years on the same terms. Agreements like this are barely disguised land grabs. The herders lose part of their land for little return, with the investor taking possessions of the high end. This is what's happening in Ngorongoro, but it happened in Kenya, I think, last year or a few years ago. So it's the model. It's the same model that the other people, I think the Arabs are just using the British model. The Chinese are just using the European model. It's just the same. In this way, self-sufficient, independent, resilient herders have been turned into servant sector. Then the indigenous people are turned into servants in the name of helping them. Sounds, yeah, this is a map of the area. I think this article is just proving what. I'll just post the link of the article into. Concerns are growing how valuable this land might be aside from the tourist potential. Northern Kenya has always been important geopolitically in slicing and dicing of Africa. It was a cushion between the Britain and its colonial rivals, France and Italy, and it remains a buffer between mainly Christian Kenya and the war-torn Somalia. A launch pad for violent incursions by Al-Shabaab militants. These have been going on for years and can be met with sympathy with the Muslims part of Kenya. This is just politics. Protected areas in other parts of Africa have often leased out oil, gas, and minerals are often leased out to oil, gas, and mineral diamond companies. It is possible that getting rid of people from conservation zones is as much about future profits as it's about 19th century Northern European American belief, which elevates divine nature above sinning humankind. Clever, but as well as its reliance on unsustainable tourism, it embodies another key flaw which may eventually prove its undoing. It doesn't reckon with the profound relationship many herders have with how they live with and from the animals. They have weathered droughts and conflicts over numerous generations, and pastoralists know that their way of life is supremely sustainable. Conservancies don't take into account their resilience and toughness. Herders don't Yeah, look at what the Maasais are doing. Herders don't like to be pushed around and are prepared to cut fences and risk violence when necessary to protect their livestock and their future. Yeah, I'll post the link to the article right now, and I think I'll post the link right now also to guys to join the give your opinions. Don't forget to donate, guys. So yeah, I think guys you can join. Let me see if the comment section. Thank you, Tanzan. Protecting land is basically getting it for free. Western standards, DJ. Yeah. My internet, our resilience is envied. This is another reason. This is for another session. Oh, okay. I'll get that link. Let me see if I can get that link. Guys, if you want to join, you can join. Let me post the link for the GoFundMe. But yeah, guys, don't forget to contribute. Don't forget, guys, to like, share, subscribe. The usual YouTube stuff. And yeah, this is I think I'll post the link. I've posted the link of the article. The book is called The Divide. I think I already gave you the name of the book. Let me look at the author. The author is called just Jason Hickel. Also, this guy Stephen Corey is a very interesting guy. You should check him out. He talks about a lot about the controversy. So yeah, but I think there's nothing much more to add because Uganda's gold can be under siege to Sharon Fraser. Yeah. I was actually talking to Tanzan, I think in another stream about was it Tanzania talking about Uganda's gold and how we are afraid that it might not even be used by Ugandans. It might not benefit Ugandans. Oh, this is a PDF. Oh, it's a whole book. The Resilient Adaptation to Climate Change of African Agriculture. Oh, okay. It's actually a very interesting book. You know what, guys? We might talk about climate change next. Since Maria Antoinette has provided the literature here, why not just go through it, right? Thank you, Maria Antoinette. Guys, you guys are joining us. Anybody wants to join, or do we end? I think we'll end the stream in. This will be a short stream, guys. I think we'll end the stream in 15 minutes. Yeah, let me check out the comments. Yeah, let's make it a short stream today. Nobody wants to join. Welcome, Regon Music. So by the way, I mean, if we talked about, I think next time we'll talk about the solutions to all these problems we're talking about. But the solution is simple. I think my internet has given one of this. I think even this article here has the solution. Let me give one of these solutions over here. Yeah, here it is. Let me share it again. Oh, welcome, Tanzan.
Thank you, Mwendatezi. Asante sana. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I might have one of the. I might. You know what? Now I'm going to we're going to be breaking records for the shortest stream, because now. Wait, let me read this part.
Look, Mwendatezi. If I was not traveling tomorrow, I would make this a 9-hour stream. So you just lucky.
You know?
Because wherever I go, I just make it long.
Yeah, definitely. You say you're not controversial, but you are good. But now
I'm not. I just elevate and lengthen the conversation. If you thought it's going to be an hour, guess what? It's an hour and a half. If you thought it's going to be 2 hours, it's another 4 hours. But today, I won't be long. I won't be long. I promise. I promise, because I have to finish packing and get all my stuff together for tomorrow. But in terms of this whole, oh, hey, Sounds Bantu is here. Yeah, Marie Antoinette, everybody's in the house. That's good. I like Sounds Bantu. I do wish you'd come to the live stream just one time, so we can hear her voice, and then after that she can stay quiet. But Sounds Bantu, thank you for joining us. So this land grabbing thing. Why do we not protect our own people? That's the whole thing. We don't respect our own people. How can Tanzania, the whole Tanzania, Maasais are both Tanzania and Kenya, and these TZ people, TZ, Marekani, sabawizi ati JZ. Sisi tunamuita JZ, si JZ. Oh, by the way, translation. One day we'll go to Paul Justin's show and just crush it. Paul Justin does the Swahili session, so one day, yeah.
I crashed it with our terrible Kenyan Swahili. I crashed it once with that. Until Paul's microphone and this stopped working, and he had to drop off the stream. I was destroying the Swahili language.
I saved him the last time. I was, and guess what, Mwendatezi? It was the same day I was supposed to be, taking up for Ebenezer. So I'm there trying to rescue Paul Justine. At the same time, I'm trying to prepare for the potential in Africa in about 20 minutes. So last week was a stressful week. Anyway, but so we're going to crash, one day we're going to crash Paul Justine's show. And when Paul Justine, you need to get a Swahili name. Like that name is too English for a Swahili show. I know that Yenatan called him on it one time, and he told him, what is your Swahili name? Yenatan kept insisting. And Yenatan is not here today, but he kept insisting, what is your Swahili name? Because you can't be hosting a Swahili show with a name like Paul Justine. What kind of a name is that? Sorry, Paul Justine, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so Sounds Bantu, come on the show one time. Let's hear how much Bantu you sound. It would be interesting, and we can help you with your sounding of Bantu. We can help you sound more Bantu if that's what you want. Cynthia?
Yeah. Maranta said we've passed the 2,055.
We did! Wow! Oh, that's awesome.
So, yeah, guys. So I don't know. Was this? I don't know. I don't know. I think somebody contributed. I don't know. I don't know what was the what
And
was it before?
whoever did that, you know, you'll get rain tonight.
Yeah, unless you're in a place where there's too much rain and you need to break, so you might get the sun.
Yeah, back to climate change. Now, my thoughts on climate change is this. Who is responsible for climate change? It's not us Africans, definitely. You know who's been messing up the planet for the longest time? Us, we were cool with the animals. We didn't, you know, hunt them to extinction. We destroy their habitat. We didn't do all those things that this Wazungu come and do. We didn't hunt them down for sport. Who hunts animals for sport? What kind of people are these people? Sometimes I just wonder if we're really the same people. Like, what mentality do you have to go kill animals for fun? We never killed animals for fun. You kill animals for food, for skin, for whatever, but for fun, these people are sick in the head. White people are sick in the head. Anybody who comes to a place to just kill people or animals for fun is sick in the head, mentally just off. Like they come to kill
they used to
animals.
kill Africans for fun. They used to
Ati?
go hunting for Africans. They used to go. You think that's sick? They used to go hunting for Africans.
Oh, don't remind me of that. I'm just trying to let them, you know, I'm just trying to be nice. But what kind of a person kills animals for fun? You know, one of the characteristics of a psychopath is somebody who tortures animals, who just does it because he enjoys it. And so somebody who hunts for the fun of it is a psychopath. All these people that you see coming to Africa, all these Wazungus coming to Africa, they are sick in the head. If somebody just wants to come and kill people or just, you know, enjoy being, you know, superior to other people, well, their version of superiority, we know what that superiority entails. It entails brutality. But anybody who comes to do that sort of thing, they are really sick in the head. And the people who follow them, they are idiots. They are blind in their hearts because you're following somebody who doesn't really, you know, have the best for you at heart, who is just doing this for their own self-aggrandizement. You know, even the people, the NGOs, the missionaries, all those people who come, you know, looking good and being nice and stuff, they're not doing it because they love Africans or they love Africa. They're doing it because it makes them feel good. It's like the satisfaction you get as a rich person when you throw a bit of coin to some poor person and then they gratefully, you know, bow down at your feet. That's the sort of gratification you have. Never mind that you have robbed them of everything in their life, their dignity, their life, their freedom, all of that. Just the fact that they bow down and worship before you and are grateful for the few things and small trinkets that you give them, that is enough for you. You feel good about yourself that you have, oh, I have helped these poor Africans. Oh, look at them with flies all over their face. And you take pictures and you feel good. Yeah, that feels good. You know, obviously that feels good. But the devastation and the harm that you do is not televised, is not shown on television. You can feel good about yourself because, oh, look at me taking pictures with these poor Africans, look at me helping these Africans, look at me loving these Africans. But you're not really telling the full story of what your people have done to these people, of what the British have done to, you know, all the British countries from Nigeria to Kenya, of all the things that the horrible, horrible Dutch people from Netherlands have done in South Africa and are still doing in South Africa. These evil, evil people are still there to this day doing the same things. The Queen still owns loads of land in Kenya, and they still have military bases in Kenya where they're doing things that even Kenyan people are not allowed. Imagine being not allowed in your own house. Like this room is closed off to you, but it's your own house, but it's closed off to you. So yeah, we really give them too much of a wide berth. We give them, we're too selfless. You know, somebody said that we need to stop all these, you know, foreigners and all these invaders from just coming in easily. Yeah, that's what we're just nice. We're nice people. We think we're going to get some prize for being nice. these other people know that there's no niceness prize, there's no, you know, something that's going to be rewarded to you just for being hospitable and being. A club is worth nothing. You'll be rewarded by the rest of the world. You'll be applauded. Oh, Africans are so nice. Look at them with their music and their running and all of that stuff. But you know, they come and they take over your country. They come and build all these, you know, skyscrapers in your country, and you can't go and do the same in theirs. So niceness to me is a whole load of
yes.
What's that part.
Yeah. It's the Jamaican
Jungle channel said it. Yep, we're too welcoming to people who do not have our own interest and heart, and not welcoming to our own race. Exactly. If they want to be so nice, let them tell their own people, look, we have done evil. We should admit it. We should do the right thing and just give up all our money. You know, the way Jesus told that rich man, what should I do in order to enter the kingdom of heaven? Give up every single thing, all your money, all your dollars, all your house, all your dogs, all your cats. Give all that up. No, not just a little bit. Don't just contribute like $1 or $2. No, give up everything. Become poor, become homeless, to give back to Africa, because that is what you have done to Africans. You have stripped Africans of their dignity, of their resources, of their heritage. You have taken everything from Africa. You have taken the heritage, the pride, the dignity of Africa from Africans. So the least you can do is give up everything that you have, you detestable people. Crazy?
Yeah. I agree with you. Because you know, if you see what I was talking about, the like Liberia, 75% of Liberia is owned by foreign investors. What's up with that? You know, how do you call yourself an independent country if that is if 75% of your own land is not even is private? You can't even go there to. You know, so yeah, I understand the nature of Africans, and we need the rich African, the 1% Africans, to stop having low self-esteem. You know, I don't understand what's up with that. It's really letting everybody down, because if you are wealthy and you don't see Africa, you can't even build Africa. You have to, you know, you think that you know how people are trying to distance themselves from Africa. I don't know the name of, is it an identity crisis? I don't think it's an identity crisis. You see even our American brothers, diaspora, right, saying that no, we were not Africans. We were not Africans. Yeah.
Shame. We are ashamed. We are ashamed of who we are. That's it.
Yeah. So I think this is what's happening also with the 1%. Like, thinking that no, I'm part of the, I'm part of the elite, I'm part of the global elite, so I don't belong, I'm not African, the global elite is my tribe. But
white people, here's what they'll do. They'll smile at you, they'll pretend, they'll give you this ultimate compliment that you will become like, oh yes, I've made it. They'll tell you, oh, you're not like the other Africans. That's the highest compliment that an African can get. You're not like the other Africans. That to them is like, you've made their day. Wow, I'm special. I am not like the other Africans. And what does that mean? Basically, they're telling you that all the other Africans are uncivilized, savage, backwards, idiots, stupid. But you are better than them because you're none of those things. So somebody is insulting every one of your people, but is complimenting you, and you will take that compliment, but you will ignore the compliment to your people. So if a white person gives you a compliment, think twice. They're either complimenting you and insulting your people, or insulting your people and or insulting you and complimenting your people. When they say, oh, you should be a credit to your race, what that means is that you should be better than your people. You should try to transcend your blackness, your Africanness. You should try to be better than what you are, you know? So when these people talk, don't listen to them. Just read between the lines, know what they're saying, know what's behind, the scenes, because white people have a twisted tongue. They can smile at you with one side and cruelly laugh at you with the other, and they do love to laugh.
Yeah. Actually, what's even more disturbing is when your own Africans, your own fellow Africans start talking like as if they're not African. That's the
that's the worst part of it. It kills me.
Like, oh my God, talking like as if you were yourself. That's I think this is actually. There's just so many topics we can talk about with this. I think, but there is something I read. I don't know where I've forgotten I don't know where I read it, but I'll have to look for it again and put it, because I read it and I was like, damn, this is deep. It was talking about Africans. It was talking about. I'll remember it later. I don't think I can remember it now when I'm on the spot, but I think I'll post it in the WhatsApp group or something, or even just say it the next stream. But yeah, it's all in the comments section here. But it was talking about this type of Africans that they just forget themselves, because I don't know, for some. In fact, there's this book I read that there was this thing began way before this feeling of inferiority, the inferiority complex that Africans feel. That there's this book called North of South. There was this woman. She was a wealthy woman, one of the earliest women to be wealthy, and she talked about. What did she talk about? She was talking about Africans as natives, like the natives here. And you're an African woman.
Not black.
No, she was a black African woman, that she just became wealthy. One of the first women to become wealthy after colonization. And but there are still white people around, and now she wants to hang with the white people. She's like, So she ends up calling Africans the natives. Now she's calling Africans the natives. Stuff like that.
Yep, I know that type.
Yeah, and then I know the book is not even written by an African. The book is not even written by an African. It's written by an Indian from Trinidad and Tobago. I think.
Is it V.S. Naipaul? V.S. Naipaul?
Yeah. I think
yes. I think I have read some of his books. He's a very complicated individual. He hates himself. At the same time, he worships white people. Like, he worships that Western mindset, but he hates himself. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, he's a very crazy, weird.
Yeah. But that was the perspective. That when you are wealthy, and now you start calling your fellow Africans natives. And this white person actually.
Dusty. Natives, dusty.
Calling them dusty. Yeah, that's actually back. That is just what now it's called dusty. It's the new native.
Yep.
Then you think that you're going to be. Oh, look, Maria Antoinette. Yeah, it's Trinidad.
Maria Antoinette. No, you guys are on the island paradise. You guys play soccer drums and dance all day long and have the sun and the wind and all. You guys are not traumatized. You know who's traumatized? Us in Africa, where we don't even see the enemy. We see ourselves and suffering and in poverty and all that, and we don't even know who's responsible. And then we look at ourselves and said, you are the cause of your troubles. You are the one who did this to yourself. And then we self-flagellate ourselves. We beat each other over the head. We kill each other because we can't see who is doing this to us. The hidden hand. Yeah. Trauma is something that you don't even see. At least you know who is traumatizing you. Imagine if you're being traumatized by yourself and your fellow people. Oh, please. Oh, Maria, join. Come on. Tezi, post the link so she can join, so we can have a nice, good argument. Maria Antoinette. Yeah, you guys in the Caribbean, you don't know what trauma is. You just read about it. Anyway, but yeah, you know, we don't see what they're doing to us. We just look at ourselves and then we think that we're doing this. It's like the bully. I see the Black Americans and the Caribbeans as the bully telling you, why are you beating yourself? Why are you beating yourself? But for us, it's us doing that to ourselves, and we don't even see why we're doing it to ourselves. And then you end up hating yourself because you're doing it to yourself. Whereas at least you guys know who's doing that to yourself. Ah, hey, okay, I made her come on. Peace and greetings, darling.
Hello. Yeah, one of the reasons that sometimes we have comments on the station about Christianity, and I notice the people from Ethiopia don't understand when people from the Caribbean call in and vilify Christianity. Now, I am a Christian, but Christianity in the English-speaking Caribbean is not Christianity in Ethiopia, right? The Christianity in Ethiopia empowered the people to defeat those who were trying to oppress them. In the Caribbean, it is the absolute opposite. There were churches in which light-skinned people paid the church money to reserve the front seats for them. The Christian church reinforced classism, it reinforced colorism, it's even racism. So that is why when you see people coming on the show and really vilifying Christianity, they do not mean to be disrespectful. They are just relating their experience in the Caribbean. It's a completely different experience. So that is one thing that we have to realize, differences in the experience of religion. And to this day, recently, a church, well, I might as well say it, the church that comes from Rome, members made a fuss because some of the people wanted to sing Negro spirituals in the church. And there were citizens of Trinidad and Tobago saying that this was inappropriate to sing the songs to God that strengthens them to cope with the trauma that was the Middle Passage. That can't be for a church. You see, so I just have to explain that people aren't being disrespectful when I know they have offended people from the Caribbean who come on the channel and have offended the Orthodox Ethiopian Christians. It's not the same. What we have the Orthodox Ethiopian Church, but it is marginal. There is no representation and no power. Half the population doesn't even know it exists. So our experience in the Caribbean is different. But I understand what you mean when you say that there has been a lot of trauma. That is true on the continent as well.
Yeah, thank you, Maria Antoinette. I think Maria Antoinette, you know, the author of the book of is it North of South? Yeah, when he talks about the identity crisis of Africans, because as Chrissy Atieno has talked about, maybe we are digressing from the topic of the day, but I feel like it's very much connected, because it is Africans who are selling this land to the Europeans. I think I talked about it in the beginning. If you go back, I talked about how the Europeans love a corrupt government. They enjoy. You know, when we have an identity crisis, they do enjoy it. This is like what Tanzania said, that you're not like the other Africans, you know, you're closer to Europeans. That's what they're trying to tell you, right? That you're closer to the Europeans than the other Africans. That's why you find in that book, in fact, written by the I don't know, he says it's an Indian. I don't know how the Indians are in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know their skin color, because I hear they are mixed, and to the point that they can't even tell the difference between an Indian and an African and a black person over there. But I think he was more white passing, and he was saying, he was looking at this person. It's like it was so obvious in the room that you are black, right? But you can't. But there was an identity. You know, I'll pull it up by the because it really described that identity crisis so well that like you are black, but you are ashamed of your blackness. And you have money and you want to be away from the black, but then yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's what I wanted to just say. That yeah, I don't know how do we tackle this issue. Does anybody have any interesting solutions? Turn is becoming controversial, like when that is in. So Tan, today you're the devil's advocate today.
No, it's true. There's a lot of mixing in the population. There are many who look almost African. You have a few who are very white-skinned, but they are in the minority. The light-skinned people are in the minority, but because their hair is straight, they consider themselves white. All of them, whether they're dark or light-skinned, they consider themselves white because their hair is straight. But some of them do have very curly hair because of the mixing with the African population. To some extent, we have adopted India's caste system, even though we don't usually use the words Brahmin or the other Hindu words used in the caste system in India. There is an unofficial caste system based on skin tone. It's colorism, very much embraced by all of them, whether they are Hindus or Presbyterians or other Pentecostal Christians. Whatever religion they find themselves in, the racism remains. The religious ideology is never enough to destroy the deep-rooted racism that exists.
So, I didn't know. Actually, I didn't know there was racism in Trinidad and Tobago because all I know about Trinidad and Tobago actually is from the book, because he talks about like how the Indians in Africa, actually in East Africa, are way more racist in terms that they don't even marry Africans. They don't even intermarry with the Africans. They have to go to India to look for a bride. So I don't know. So he sounded a bit more. He painted the picture that in Trinidad and Tobago they seems to be. I don't know. I didn't know there was a caste society. That's actually news to me.
There's a lot of classism in Trinidad, very much so, and every election exacerbates the situation. So you will have people getting along during the year, but whenever there's an election, they stop speaking.
Oh, so it's the politics.
Yes, but it's not just the politics to blame. It's deeply cultural as well, because there's a human need for connection that sometimes overrides prejudices. But if there's a bad situation, it somehow resurrects itself. It's not only the politics. I've heard people in Trinidad saying, we get along, it's just the politicians. I don't think that is true, because when I was in primary school at the age of 7, one of my classmates told me that a mother told her not to play with people of African descent too much, and that was not an election year. It was just, there is a deep cultural component.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
At the age of 7, I mean, children should be shielded to some extent from this type of ideology, but they are not.
Oh, okay, I understand. Is it more like when you talk about racism? Is it okay? I think they are similar to tribalism, but is it? Well, okay. What do you think is it the religious? Okay, apart from the hair, like I understand the hair. Is it like religious differences, or political? Is there politicians causing the divide, or is it just cultural, or are you just guys? Because I know you guys are okay. I'm not highly populated, so I don't know how. I don't know. It's
No,
very
it's only
interesting.
1.3 million people.
3.3 million. Oh, that's a lot.
1.3 million. 1.3
Oh,
million.
oh, okay. But they've learned a lot about, you never talk about Trinidad and Tobago. So today at least Maria Antoinette has talked about her
Honestly,
home country.
I would prefer if we never talked about Trinidad and Tobago, really.
It's that bad that
It is that
maybe then we should now, because that they are also part of the diaspora, because if we are silent about it, then it'll just go unheard of. Because now imagine how many people. This is the first time I'm actually hearing about racism in Trinidad and Tobago. I wouldn't, I didn't even know there were Indians over there until like earlier this year when I read the book. So sometimes I think we should be also be talking about the diaspora people and how their lives are, so that we can learn and maybe even find some similarities. Or what do you think, my sister?
Mika mentions that, but for some reason, whenever I get my books out to do my research for the diaspora, the Caribbean diaspora program that he would like to have, I can't make any progress with the books. It's strange. So I suppose the others could take a more prominent role. I will just add little details as we go along. But I'm always a lot happier when I'm in Cuba, I realize.
When?
And they have a problem as well, but it's not like here. We are actually a little worse in some respects. In some regards, we are worse, I think.
Oh, okay. Tanzania. Is Tanzania here? Okay.
Tanzania is packing his suitcase.
Yeah. But I think I found the. What do you think about the identity crisis? Is there an identity crisis in? Okay, first of all, what do you think about the identity crisis that we're talking about here with Tanzania, about Africans being ashamed to be African? Do you see that even in Trinidad and Tobago, or just the Caribbeans?
When you're constantly underestimated and well, you hear public statements that suggest that you will amount to no good, it is understandable that some people are ashamed to identify with anything African. People were discussing recently forming another G8, and surprisingly, even though South Africa is part of the BRIC system, not a single African country was named as a possible member of the new group of nations that they are considering forming.
Yeah, okay. I think I actually talked about that. That's why I'm very hopeful. I'm trying to be very hopeful about the BRIC system. I think I talked about that last time, that because there is no other huge collection of countries, global collection of countries apart from BRICS that actually is inclusive of Africans. And some people were arguing, which is also a possibility, that it could be just a ceremonial role. But even that ceremonial role, we're not given. We're not even given that ceremonial role in any of this, in the G8 or in the. So that's what that was what I was arguing too. That BRICS seems to be one of our only, ways or path, one of the alternative ways that we can have. Also, what do you think is okay in the issue, to be closer to what we're talking about in the land grabs? What do you think about the land grabs in Africa, or what we've talked about in terms of the land grabs?
I think the people who have analytical minds must be given scholarships to pursue studies in law, international law, land law, and be forces to reckon with when these foreign entities come and try to outsmart us. And this includes translators as well.
Oh.
Yes.
So, okay, because I think we do have lawyers. You know, I think we already have the lawyers, we already have the translator, and even the people who are signing the deals. You know, because some of these deals are not like 30, are not even recent. Like in the Liberians, that deal is like, you know, the Senegalese deal. It was in 2012. You know, the Liberian deal was in just within the last 10 years. So
Right.
clearly, we have the type of people to do that, but it's still happening, right?
Remember,
And one of the,
you mentioned that there were people who went directly to those who didn't understand the language in which the legal documents were written, the contracts. That cannot be tolerated. They cannot come directly to people who do not have the expertise.
Those deals also happened. Those were the deals that happened 60 years ago, or those were the bad deals. But what about the current deals right now that are happening in the name? We talked about that in the name of conservationist, in the name of ending in the name of food security, in the name of climate change. You know, those are deals that are happening now, but these are governments. You know, these are governments that are justifying these deals. That, you know what, it gives us taxes, it gives us GDP, it gives us all these benefits. You know, and I was thinking. Oh, thank you, Samira.
Sometimes people make these deals out of fear, in fear that they can. When we don't feel secure in our own efforts, we collaborate sometimes with the wrong people because they appear to be more competent. But the climate at this time is harsh for everyone, and we just have to study how exactly did we get land in you know, to become arable land again. It has been done in Kenya. They used the techniques of creating several holes so that the water rose to the surface again. There are several different techniques that are actually indigenous to us. We can combine those techniques with other innovations of other countries. It's not difficult if we put our minds to it. We don't always have to collaborate with people who do not wish us well just to be able to feed ourselves. It's a matter of self-confidence and determination.
Yeah, you've spoken the truth, Samira. We are learning a lot. At least I am. Yeah, I've also learned a lot. My internet has come here and educated us about the Caribbeans. I didn't know. Like, this is actually something I'm actually doing right now. I'm going through the book again right now just to see if I can get that part. But yeah, I've learned today that there's racism in the Caribbeans, even though there was. Oh, that's just new. Like just mind-boggling. But what you've talked about, that we should not interact with people who have no interest or have no respect for us as a race. That's just a fact. But we still keep doing it, right? We keep pushing ourselves towards that type of toxic relationship. Really, it's like a funny toxic relationship, because our elite, I'll always go back to our elite, because they are the ones who, when they have all this money, all this, they are still shackled by this inferiority complex. They're still ingrained that what is Western is superior. That Western types of and closeness to Westernness is also superior. So you find that even in Kenya right now, unfortunately, I don't know. I think we are famous. We've become famous for this type of behavior. I don't know. I think everybody has heard how Kenyans we prefer. Even we think that the more, what is it? I don't want to white people. Let's just say it as it is. White people. The more white people who come around here, when they buy land, we feel special. That's what I see around here. That when these people come here and buy the land, and it doesn't matter what type of circumstances they do it, we feel, oh yeah, because we feel like they'll do to our country what they've done to their country. That's I think that's the general thinking in Kenya, and maybe even across Africa. That's why maybe this, and I don't know if this is what the politicians are thinking, or this is what that they'll do to our country what they've done to their country, because they'll develop us the way they developed their country. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think this has happened in Tobago, and right. So my country is Trinidad and Tobago, and I was told that many people in Tobago prefer to sell their land to someone of East Indian descent than someone of African descent. Why is this? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I can't say. I don't have the answer to that. It is strange. Is it that they feel they have elevated themselves in some way? Perhaps.
Yeah, also, I think there's this perspective of media conditioning. I think the media also plays a role, when you look at, and I'm going to say this because they look at South Africa. South Africa, sometimes it's a good example for Africa, but it sends a very terrible message, because there is a huge white population. In fact, they have the largest white population in Africa, right? And so it sends this message, and I can see in all of Africa. I can see all Africans, that the more white people you have in your country, the more likely you are to develop. That is actually that is the thinking. That even in Kenya we have like entire regions just like, okay, we want to attract white people, right? So I think that is just the global black thinking. They're like, if you can, the more white people you have in your, or now you're talking about East Indians. I don't know the perspective of East Indians in the Caribbeans, but in Kenya, the East Indians are seen as extremely racist. They don't even, like I said, they don't marry. They don't even marry. They don't marry Kenyans. They don't intermarry with Kenyans. They have to go. They go to all the way to India to get a bride. Then they bring them to Kenya. Then that's how they, and they openly brag about this. But I've been told that when you actually go to India itself, right? When you actually go to India, wait, I don't know East India, because I know India. Maybe East India is somewhere else. But when you actually go to India itself, they're not that racist. So it's actually even something that we have. The writer of that book, he says that this is because that I don't know. Maybe this might stray from the topic a little bit, but I'm interested. So let me just say it. This is because that the relationship between the black person, the black man, and the white man is between, as Tanzania has spoken, it is between enemy, foe and friend, enemy. It is a relationship that has been written about all the time. Even right now we're talking about it. It's been talked about all the time. It's been written about all the time. And his perspective, the Naipur guy, who he said that in Kenya specifically, he saw that the Indian, his presence, the Indian man, his presence is not felt. You know, he is in the periphery. He is not felt. That his presence is not felt. Because his say in the story is not acknowledged, and so the Indian in Kenya is angry about this perspective, and that's why they are racist. But he also goes and says, I think this guy is also biased. I think he also goes and says that the relationship between the black man and the white man, if you try to get in between that relationship, if you try to interrupt that in relationship, it is the black man who will attack you, not the white person.
Yeah, again, it's a matter of people elevating themselves through relationships with Caucasians, and I am not against at all relationships with anyone. But when there's hostility, one has to examine the roots of the hostility, which is usually poor self-esteem. We had in Trinidad a lot of people being very hostile years ago, saying that they were not represented well in the society. But the more they got, the more they wanted. And it was obvious to everyone what they in fact wanted was dominance. It wasn't a matter of sharing or equal partnerships. Some people are not satisfied unless they dominate totally and become oppressors.
Yeah, I think I think we can talk all day, but it goes down to self-esteem and shame. Basically, Tanzan was right. I don't know, Tanzan, are you still around? I think Tanzan is gone. The stream has reached 2 hours, so I don't know, Maria Antoinette, do you have anything else to say before we close down in prayer and call it a beautiful night? What time is it over there?
It is 2 minutes past 4 p.m. So it's still
it's evening.
Still evening.
Yeah. So what do you have to say about everything in conclusion?
Well, I wish there could be a solution for the poor relations among the races in my country, but I can't honestly say that I'm very optimistic. Yes, there's mixing among the population, but the classism is seen every day. It is unmistakable in every institution, be it the church, everywhere that you can think of. In business endeavors, classism is what prevents some people from getting the opportunities that they deserve. So it's not a matter of just being weak and fragile. These prejudices prevent people from earning a livelihood that they should.
Yeah. I think also I also concur with you, and if I could say that, in the end of the day, we need our own governments and our own elite to look out for ourselves, because this look, and although I see it happening right now with the new generation of people and the new generation of people who are getting into the middle class and all that, there's a wave of Pan-Africanism, there's a wave of black pride, but yeah, I wish I don't think it's going to. I think it's going to happen anyway. It's not a wish anymore. It's just a fact that it's happening. That as we continue to have more pride in ourselves, more pride in our skin. The other day, just I see people having like the other day when you see somebody, when you see a lady who is a bit darker or a man who's a bit darker, they are complimented from their skin. That was not happening a few years back. So I see that happening more often now. So I feel like we're getting more and more proud, and hopefully this will translate into our governments also starting looking out for ourselves and to start to look at locals for their culture, to appreciate even African culture, the appreciation of African way of living. Because you sent a very interesting book here that in the end of the day we need to appreciate our way of living and not look down on it just because the Westerners are looking down on it. We should not also look down on it. We should also appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's all we need to look at. If Tanzania is still around, you can speak or forever hold your peace till tomorrow. Yeah, I think Tanzania is experiencing. I think she's parking because she's having a traveling. She's traveling on Monday. She's traveling tomorrow actually.
Yeah.
So yeah. So her show is going to be on Tuesday. Tomorrow we're going to have Mika at 9 o'clock. You're probably going to see him talking about this Swahili Nation One Africa funding. Guys, thank you for donating us past the 2,000 mark. So the next, let's get it to 2,500. Let's get it to 3,000. Oh, we have a visitor just. Next time I'll be threatening to leave so that you guys join. What's up, my brother Dad?
Hello, Mondetezi. How you doing? You right?
Yeah, Dad, are you from the Caribbean?
I'm not from the Caribbean. I'm from the Gambia region. Why do you say that?
What's up? We're talking about land grabbing today, my brother. Do you guys in the Gambia? Do you have a problem with this?
Land grabbing is such a sad topic in Africa. It's really, really sad as well. It's sad how these countries take advantage of our weak state of existence as well. And it's happened in the Gambia. But Gambia is a small country. There's other parts. It happens in Senegal, even though Senegal is desertifying. It's happening in Guinea-Bissau, in my region, in West Africa. It's happening all over the place. More in the Tezi as well. And these people, you just can't help it. Look, when I look at the situation in Southern Africa, how the people seem dispossessed of land. So they just end up existing in, like you'll have large swaths of land being owned by a few rich people in South Africa. And while you have a little piece of shantytown dedicated to the rest of the blacks living in that situation, it's like fucking Dragon Ball Z kind of situation in which there's a few blonde-haired elites that live such a high life, technologically advanced, and the savages in the shanty towns and wilderness and caves and all that stuff. That's what it looks like in Southern Africa. But I suppose not all Southern Africans are that poor, because there's some that are rich and all that stuff. That is a scary situation, because that looks like the potential for West Africa. I'm not saying it's going to happen entirely, because hopefully we will arise to the occasion before it happens. But it looks like the potential where the rest of the world will be moving into Africa as well. The Africa will become a very, very highly multicultural, multi-mixed kind of environment. And then we have to be careful that we don't end up becoming the savages living in the caves with no place to stay. That's our homeland. So we have to get these politicians in the right order, or we need to have more better representation, because this can't continue. They may buy land and all that to enrich themselves. Of course, this land grabbing thing is to an extent we're all doing it as well. It's just they have more money as well. There's no protectionism measures for the people and the country. So of course, those with more money will capitalize as well, because land is everything in this planet. Land is everything. Property is everything. You understand what I mean? So they realize in due time in the future that what's going to happen is there will be scarcity of land all over the planet. You understand what I mean? Scarcity of land all over the planet. It doesn't matter where it is in the world, as long as you can grab any piece of land, that is going to be key and crucial to your position, or your family's position, or your generation's position in the planet as well. But Africans, every country has protectionism measures for its land. Africa needs to employ the same thing. They need food security. They need to keep their land. They don't need to be feeding other parts of the world. And I saw what you highlighted as well regarding the language that they use in terms of getting us gung ho and whipped into this situation as well. The language such as, oh, it's a climate change situation, so oh, we're all doing this for climate change. Oh, we're all doing this for globalization. At the end of the day, it doesn't result in our benefit. It always seems they're using this sweet language that is a more of a humanist language, and we end up getting caught in this trap as well. When the Tezi is a terrible thing that's happening as well. That's why I encourage as much black people to buy up all the land as they can, because I want to see black people own land. I don't want to see black people dispossessed like in Southern Africa as well. If it's black Americans, whichever black person have, if they're competing to buy land, let them buy the land as well. Because we want to see black people. We don't want to go back to Africa and we see that you are the second class even in your own country. You constantly, everywhere you go, everywhere you turn in the world, you see that kind of situation. When they say, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. What do you think is the solution then?
The solution starts always with the politicians as well. But when I say politicians, I mean the people are the ones in power. So what the people demand will be better. Like if the people demand protectionism for their land and fully understand how important this is, then the politicians will do it. But this is a tough one because politicians are always bought out by bigger money. So, but you need them to put in protectionism measures for people to keep their land and for their land to be prioritized for their sake as well. I think how it's going to play out, hopefully it's not too late. Like in places like Gambia and Senegal, there's a huge land situation, argument. People are arguing over land and all that stuff. So that's making people interested as well. But I don't know if they feel that much power to fight against bigger, larger corporations that operate insidiously as well. So how are they going to overcome the insidious corporations as well? Because these people deal in secrecy. You know, it's not like a black American coming to buy land or another black person fighting over land. It's just the corporations and the politicians. So most of our ills have to be tackled by having the right representation as well, Mondetezi. Do you know what I mean? When I say the right representation, as in the demands of the people need to be clear, the demands of the people need to be elevated. Like what you're doing right now, Mondetezi. A lot of people are quite disgruntled by this. They don't feel happy by this and all that stuff. So if this gets down to Africa and people are more aware of this kind of situation, the more dissatisfaction they will find with the situation as well. We need to make them aware that this might be the potential. We might end up living in shantytowns in Southern Africa if this continues.
Yeah, you've spoken the truth, my brother. Our representation needs to really, because in the end of the day, all this land, without our leaders signing these deals, we will still be having our land. You know, sometimes. So if you look at it, sometimes our problems are just in-house. You know, even our brother here, Meta the Black, it is entirely the relationship between white minority and he's talking about I haven't talked about the situation in South Africa in terms of they owning less land than the white people, the white minority. And I don't know, what do you think the solution there is? Because I talked to Pastor Ezra. He's a South African here. And there was a time we talked here, and he talked about and he was not optimistic about the land transferring back, majority of the land transferring back to African hands. In fact, he said that most Africans can't farm.
Yeah.
Most of they can't handle the land the way, because the white people they've been farmers for generations, right? So he was of the opinion that if that land was to be transferred, I think he was judging from the Zimbabwe issue, right? So he felt that land should be if that land was forcefully transferred, then there will be a collapse in like agriculture in the whole of South Africa. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I understand that as well, because, like you said, looking at the Zimbabwe situation as well, which something that was done Of course, I support what was done, but it was done drastically without like a seamless transfer, and really and truly there was no other way to do it. If you were going to do it seamlessly, it was going to be messy, and you might end up dying quickly once they realize what you're up to. So it needed to be abrupt as well. But of course, the people, of course, we know how to farm. We've been farming. We're farming people as well. We're farming people. We know how to farm. But I suppose farming to such an industrial scale as well, that's what I suppose the Southern Africans or the Zimbabweans didn't have the capacity of in terms of financially, fiscally, the tools, the equipment, and all that stuff. I don't think it's hard to train anybody how to do a process, how to farm, how to do that. I don't think we're all human beings. We're all capable of it as well. So I just think that because of it being abrupt, there was not a seamless transfer, but there was a need for the abrupt end. I think people definitely can learn to farm. Definitely, I don't know what these are. Black people can. For what were you guys doing before they came there? I'm sure you guys knew how to farm cattle. You knew how to farm your vegetables and all that. It's just farming to a skill level. That's what turn it into a business. I think that's the thing that sometimes Africans lack in. Like I give you an example. When I used to live in Africa, as well. This is used to be funny. We used to go to the farm and all that stuff, and we will be doing large sweeps of land. We have to farm it manually by hand, Montetezi. You understand what I mean? Manually
Yeah.
by hand. That means plowing with your own hand and all that stuff. We used to do all of that stuff. You understand what I mean? Just farming every day, just toiling out through the hot sun and all that stuff. But me, as a kid, I was quite inquisitive as well. I looked over the other side and I saw how the other tribes were doing it, like some of the Mandinkas or Fulanis. They were using cows or cattle or goats and all that kind of stuff. Not goats, I mean cows and donkeys, or no, horses. They were using horses with a plow at the end, and they let the horse run around the field. In quick time, they will in about a week they will farm the whole place. For us, it takes us almost like 3 months as well to do that. And I looked and I asked my grandmother and all that. I would say, why don't we have a horse and a donkey and all that to get this done quickly? Why do we have to be suffering like this? You know what I mean? And they said, well, we can't afford the money to buy a plow. I say, all these that we farm every year, all the proceeds made, because we farm all this, and you say you can't afford a plow. You can't afford that. So it's not necessarily can't afford, it's just the way we've done things. We are people that are not quick to transformation and change. You understand? We tend to be very traditional type of people. You know, that's why sometimes it takes a long time for us to break the mold and go into production of scale. You understand what I mean? And that needs to change. But it does. We live in a modern world now. We are exposed to science, technology. We're exposed to information as well. You can't keep doing the wrong thing when you're constantly being pointed out. That's the wrong thing to do. You understand what I mean, Montetezi? So I think that the belief in the African needs to take over there as well. Yeah, we are definitely capable, but it has to be a seamless transfer in Southern Africa region. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but if it's gonna happen, it being abrupt is going to be a tough one. But if it's abrupt, either way. But is it gonna happen? I don't know. I said a lot there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think this is actually a very sad point though, right? Because that means that situation is permanent, right? It's a sad point. But
permanent. Is it permanent entirely? Is it permanent? That's quite interesting. I thought. Is it permanent? Because I think there will be too much pressures in the future coming down as well, and I don't think it's going to be a permanent state as well. I think the more confidence Southern Africans gain, the more potential they will challenge that status quo as well, because it's not good to have that situation. I think is it in Namibia or something that I see. It's like a triangle piece of land was allocated for the people, and one man had a whole swath of land. I just looked at it, I just said, that's terrible. But that future could potentially be what happens in the continent. A whole swath of land. I just looked at it, I just said, that's terrible. But that future could potentially be. You know what I mean? That future could potentially be what would happen in Africa if we keep letting this happen as well. Mondotezi, I will submit to you that our problems definitely lies in having the right representation, but the power comes from the people. That people need to be aware of their country. I can see back in the day that a lot of these shit these Westerners could get away with a lot of this shit because the people were not aware. They were in the villages and all that. They don't know what's happening in the country to an extent. The only form of information they had was through newspapers or the radio or television, which can be programmed and agenda towards them as well. So it's not a good thing. But now we have alternative media to completely expose all this stuff. You know, to expose all this stuff so that African people can start seeing what's happening, and those maybe some politicians can see some people disgruntled, and they may want to gain power in that as well. I think we have to take back power and not allow this to happen. Otherwise, if we don't monetize it, this is going to keep happening. They will take over and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, we have political power. It's with us. So we can sign off those deals anytime. Well, I suppose.
Yes.
You know.
Welcome, Chilled.
Yes. Hello. Is this Mika? Is this Mika?
Yeah.
Hi,
No,
Mika.
it's not Mika.
This is Mondotezi.
Oh. I just wanted to say I think it's a very good topic to talk about, because what I find disgusting is even with the diaspora blacks, and usually the ones in America, they're obsessed with land. Let me just get it out there. They are obsessed with land. Every time they talk about Africa, it's like, let me go and get me some land. You know, like, it's really, really bad. And that's because they've adapted to the colonizer mindset. And what we Africans don't want is people hoarding land. We want investment on the continent. We want jobs. So this whole land business is just so, it's terrible. First of all, the Africans are not foolish. You may buy a land, it doesn't mean it's yours. They can come back and just take it over. Okay, it's very, very easy. There's lots of Africans. So as a foreigner to go into an African country and say, oh, I'm gonna get me some land, unless it's like something like South Africa, you know, which is heavily colonized and have this white population that have really had control over it. Even now, these companies are still fighting to retain what they've stolen. But you know, Africans naturally, if they feel like they're being disrespected and they're not benefiting the locals, there's nothing stopping them from just overriding and taking it anywhere.
Okay, that's quite interesting as well. But I understand what you mean with the sentiment. We want investment as well. But right now, so as it seems, Mrs. Chill, as it seems, even these companies or Western companies, they come also with means to invest as well. They buy up start
the
up
money
African
goes
companies.
out. The profits always leaves Africa. The profit leaves the continent. It goes to Europe.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't benefit locals. They buy things in such a cheap, you know, price. And this is where the governments need to start taxing the hell out of these companies, corporations. But they've been incapable because they've been sweeted up. They've been paid money, ransoms. So the best thing to do is, you know, to get the diaspora to set up business, to invest in
exactly.
Provide locals with jobs.
They come in the form of investment as well as also buying land in any type of way. They say they buy land. It's all the next type of colonialism in Africa would be definitely investment. Right now, I'm telling you, I am seeing it as much as it happens.
I find them disgusting.
I
find them disgusting. The cheek to come to someone's country and try and buy it.
Let me explain. Let me give our big industries or industries of scale that are emerging are all being built up right now by money from external, money from outside as well, because they have the money. But look, it's not a case of defeatism or no. You know, that's why I say I don't feel bad against African Americans wanting land as well. You understand what I mean? I want them to get into the competition.
It's not polite.
I want them to get into the competition.
It's a Western mindset. They have been brainwashed. In fact, the Westerners are using them.
If they don't adapt that kind of competitive mindset, then they will be lagging behind. We will be
No,
lagging
I
behind.
don't believe that. I don't believe capitalism the way. It's not the way. That is another form of colonization. I don't agree with them. Unless they change their mindset and become more African, then they can't live on the continent. They can't bring their Western oppressive capitalism on the continent. It will not benefit. In fact, they'll be used. They're not going to be let out. They're going to use them. They're going to walk on their backs, and the white people will come in. That's what they will do. They're slaves. They have been, and I don't believe in that. I
guess we need to nationalize or protect right now protect the land as well. If nobody's allowed to come and invest, if African Americans are not allowed, if other blacks are not, and whites have the money to bamboozle our politicians, we have to work on protecting and nationalizing the land and all that kind of stuff.
What they do is they're raising the prices of the land by buying land. You see them on YouTube selling it at a higher price. They're making life expensive for locals. So we don't want those kind of people.
If the politicians are already bought out and the politicians are doing all they can to give away the land and selling because they want to be pocket money, I mean, it seems like you can't stop that. You might as well join the competition, correct or wrong?
It doesn't benefit the country as a whole. What these people, they feel a little bit powerful because they've got a bit of land and they're using their Western currency, but they're not actually benefiting the local community. They're not providing jobs. They're just hoarding land, selling it, and acting like mini colonizers. That's not the way to do it. The way to do it is to start businesses, train, provide jobs. That's the way to do it. You can make a lot more money and also give back to the local economy, just like the Indians.
I say sometimes when one seeks to benefit themselves, or one seeks to, let's say an African or an African American seeks to benefit themselves, maybe they want to invest in a hospital or school or something. Yes, they will charge. Yes, they will buy the land, buy up the space. They will charge. Let's say somebody wants to build a data center, wants to build an internet service, something. Yes, they are coming there for capitalistic reasons, but they are meeting a need. They are servicing and meeting a need that already isn't there. So in you seeking to benefit yourself, you are actually inadvertently helping other people by affecting their life. It reflects upon that community as well. So that's something to consider, that not all capitalism is entirely bad. Sometimes it reflects. I don't unhinge capitalism. It's a problem, but to a certain extent, they do help meet services and meet needs of the people, and we need that. That's what sometimes these leaders say. We want to see development at all costs and all that stuff. So we will.
But I don't even think they're buying it to develop. They're buying it to sell on. They're buying the land to hoard it and sell it. They're not doing business. A lot of them, from what I see, and that's a problem. Well, that's not going to benefit. We want,
I guess what I'm trying to say is, we either tackle it at a political level and make it hard, or you just join them. So you got two options there.
Yeah, we just need a better infrastructure and put African countries' needs first, and stop exploiting the people and the land. But we need to make use of the skills and also the foreign capital to benefit the continent ourselves. So we need to be picky and choosy of the kind of people we want that will benefit the continent. We have a right to, decide who comes in and who will benefit us and what we can use from them. So that's just what they need to do, just like any other country. Just thought I'll give my input. And I've seen it with the West. A lot of the countries have got like a former socialist feel to them, and a lot of these Western capitalists say, "Oh, we don't want the land. We want the land privatized. We don't like nationalism, obviously, because it doesn't serve their interests."
Yes, of course.
But nationalism is a good thing.
Yes, of course. Like I said, unhinged capitalism leads to the singularity of energy or information and intelligence. It leads to that, which means one man ends up being the ruler of the universe as well at the end of the day, because everything will be automated. And if everything is automated, all processes are automated, what will there be a need for any man as well? At the end of the day, land is quite important as well. Otherwise, you have no place to set foot on this planet as well. You know what I mean? Where can you say this is
our land? All African people, this is land that has been given to them from time immortal.
Yeah.
No foreigner can come in and say, right, this is mine. You people don't matter.
I
Some
don't.
of these.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Some of these companies are so evil. Like they see these tribes as just pawns that get in the way. They even pay terrorists to kill them. They do so much evil behind the scene. So we don't want these kind of investors. We know what they're capable of, what they've done in the past.
I think in the meantime, or in the short term, I encourage all Africans who are capable to buy as much land as they can.
No, I do not encourage that. I think the government needs to say no. They need to provide business and work. We do not want anybody hoarding African land. The land is not yours to buy. That belongs to Mother Earth, Mother Africa. That is a negative way. Buying land doesn't mean anything. We need businesses. The government has lots of land. They can just give you, if you're doing something with it, providing jobs and skills, do something. But they don't want to do that because it's too much effort. They'd rather hoard the land, wait until the price goes up, and then sell it. We don't want that. Why would we want that for?
So if you were, suppose if you were getting people who want to invest in business in Africa and they want to buy up the land to create businesses, but they were not African. They were not African. Do you support that if they were not African?
I do not support. 100% do not.
So if they were not black or if they were Arab or European, you don't support them?
I don't support. Those people will always take the profits, will exploit the land, will provide pollution, because a lot of them have also provided pollution to the land. They've destroyed it. They've destroyed habitats. They don't care. They're all about profit, and the money will leave the continent and be spent in their own country. They will not be spending in our country. They will not be providing that economy in our country. So
I guess it's going to be a slow...
They can rent it and start a business, fine, but not buying. Who are they? They have no business to buy. Yeah,
rent it, not buy it. Okay, I agree. I agree with that. I suppose. I guess it's just going to be. We just need to be more stubborn. We need to have more standards and say who can have it. And I've noticed they're really trying to brainwash the African Americans to convince them to buy land. That's their last step. I'm tackling it from a point of view that somehow...
And we're not stupid. Africans are very smart people. This is another thing. They think we're stupid. Yeah. We're not stupid. Africans are one of the most intelligent people in the whole world.
I suppose I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it from the point of view that these politicians are already sold, you know what I mean? And they're willing to do whatever they can. So they're already ready to give up the land.
Them up. They fund them. Why do you think they don't want women? They don't want African women to get involved in any decision.
Not just the politicians, the village leaders, everybody, they're all ready to sell the land and all that kind of stuff to big corporations.
Like I said, if they sell the land, they know the land will never be theirs anyway. The Africans will always take it back.
It's not what we desire, but
and even
just, what do we do about it in the short term? So
they may just scam them for money, but realistically, if you're an African and you're from that village, you can burn it down. When these Dutch people came and they're growing their flowers, if the farmers don't like something, what do? They burn it down. And that's a very good thing. Good on the Africans. If they're not behaving, they can burn it down, and they have a right to, because it's theirs. Who are they to come as a foreigner and not pay them what they're supposed to be due? Or they're funding terrorists, like a lot of them do. They fund terrorists. So if they're doing some illegal activity, then they can be kicked out. So that makes you wonder, they don't really own the land anyway. It's not theirs, because they can always overturn and take it back.
Yeah.
That's how we work.
I agree with your sentiment as well. Not just a sentiment, but I agree with your proposal. I think yes, the government needs to do what you are implementing, but it's just that thing where the government is not willing. Their will doesn't lie with their people as well. So it kind of is worrying. So like, what do we do in the moment? You think like, all right, then let's just join in this. Of course, it's not, because it creates that competitiveness, that capitalist mindset or something.
I hate it.
Do you think to an extent we need to do that?
The people. Yeah. They don't want to deal with the local African people. They will go straight to the leaders, because that's their way of accessing the land, or the mining, what they need. So the way they do it is by going to these leaders, going to rebels, they ignore the people that live in that country, and they go directly to these people and they ignore you like you don't have a say. That's their system. And we as Africans need to say no. They ignore women. For example, these Western leaders pretend African women don't exist. They think black men fall from the sky. They're very stupid, but that's strategic. They don't want to deal with African women. They want to infantilize us because and treat us like we don't have a brain. Because if we start questioning their practices, they won't have access to the land or mining or resources. So what do? They go and boost their egos. They invite all these male leaders. They give them Chanel bags. They let them buy flats in their countries. So that's their way of sweetening them up. And talk down on African women. But that's another tactic to make you feel like you don't have any power, any voice. You have so much power. It's your land, it's your country. Your ancestors died for it. Who are they to come in and say, oh, we've just rocked a deal with Rwanda. We've had a deal. How can you ignore the population, the entire population of our country, and just speak to one leader? Who gave that prime minister the leader to speak on behalf of millions and millions of Africans? It doesn't make sense.
Let's ask Mwendetezi and some of the people. What conclusion did you guys come with as to what's to be done, Mwendetezi or Tanzan or something if it's there?
Yeah.
What conclusions do you guys come with in terms of how to approach this situation? Obviously.
Well, okay. The first conclusion is protection of African land. That's just a fact from foreign investments, right? Basically, they are political. All these things have to be political. At the end of the day, we have to appreciate our own culture. Sometimes when it comes to my sister here chilled. I think it's Jenna Star from our channel. Yeah. She came up with a very interesting perspective. Actually, that I had not even seen, that Africans from the diaspora are having a colonial mentality in which
Western Africans, Western. So those are like African Americans born and bred 3 generations or whatever.
Having the mentality in which now they maybe they don't know this. Maybe that is how they see the colonial. The white people, or the proximity to who they have been with for all this time, and they see that this is the way to do it, and they come without knowing, or maybe knowingly, buying land, and just which is actually a land grab in the end of the day. It is classified as a land grab. And I don't know. I didn't see this perspective. It's actually an interesting perspective.
It is a land grab happening in Africa at the moment. It is a major land grab happening, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down or stopping. Whoever slows down is going to be the one that loses as well. And these people are not slowing down. They're not taking any liberties. They are buying it up as well. And that's my worry as well. So I say those who have, let them buy, because we can't end up entirely not having nothing. You understand what I mean? But politicians should back us up as well. They should back Africans up. They should help Africans. So it can be a 2-pronged approach rather than just us competing. The politicians have to back as well. So there's many ways to approach this in terms of protection measures. And the lady's right as well in investment and all that. But the way it seems at the moment, it's uncontrolled, and those who have money are the only ones winning. So am I going to tell African Americans not to engage in it as well? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they're being used. They don't realize they're being used. They're being encouraged, and the Westerners will use them and follow them to the continent. They think they're free. They're not. They're still under them. Do you think they're not going to let them leave? And they're using them. They're going to use them to come to the continent. So unless they're fully aware and woke, and invest in the continent, I don't see. First of all, I just think as African people, they should be fighting for their land in America. I think they need to, try and get independence there. There's a big community, but fleeing, an African thing like fleeing from anything is not an African way of dealing with things. Rebellion is. So running away from a land, they will come and find you. If you run away from anything, it will come and find you. It will. That's how it works. You have to deal with the problem.
Yeah, I think ultimately the best solution, obviously, the best solution ultimately will be, like she said, having the right type of investment come in and protect it. With ultimately, I just think for the short term, while it's a wild west type of situation, I think I'm more on the capitalist leaning. Although on the individualist as an individual as well, I'm more on that wave as a wild because we live in a wild west. But of course, we need to encourage more politicians to do more for African people. That's the best and ultimate solution. I agree with Miss Chill there.
Oh, thank you. And I just think if more women
But
express
Miss
their
Chill,
point
I'm
of
not
view.
gonna sit there. I'm not gonna sit there wait for the government to reserve land for me. I'm buying as much as I can. So
But
that's why.
it's not, even if you buy it, it's not guaranteed, it will benefit you in any way. Because we're rebellious people. We'll always, Africans, if they don't get if they see, oh, okay, all this land is being built up around them, they've got their nice palace, and the next person next door, his life hasn't changed, he will come over to yours. What's stopping you? What's stopping him from coming over to yours? The best way to do it is, to uplift their community, provide jobs, make everybody grow upwards together. That's the correct way. Not buying land, building a palace, shutting everybody out. It doesn't benefit nobody. So in fact, it's a waste of space. It needs, we need to provide our skills. We need to change the mindset of our people. And what's happening, what I'm seeing personally, is these clever Westerners are seeing what we have in Africa and are quickly trying to buy everything as quickly as they could, the land, everything. Like, let's buy investment, business. They keep running around saying business. When our people haven't healed, they haven't, their mindset haven't rested, they haven't grown in themselves. So what they're trying to do is speed up this whole business without us organically growing. Others are trying to come in before we become more awoken. That's what I've noticed with Africa. And we Africans, we need to be guarded about that. We need to be guarded. And now with these Western blacks that are coming from diaspora that have been treated badly, when they come to Africa, it's heaven for them because they're treated like crap in the West. So they're behaving like mini colonizers, grabbing land.
You see, the world moves so fast. It's like nobody's waiting for you to get healed. No one's waiting for you to be healed, and it's moving so fast. So you either stay there trying to heal yourself. Of course, it's a tough thing and all that stuff.
We stop them. We stop them. We say enough of this. Don't come here. Stand up. You say, hold on. Who are you? Who are you? Who told you to come here? About I'm coming home. Who are you? You didn't fight for the land. I can say this because I'm an African. I know how Africans think. How can you come to someone's country, different tribe, and claim it as yours and say I'm buying?
Let me conclude something as well with your help as well. Do you think then, if Africans knew exactly to the extent of what's really happening in their countries, do you think they will stand up and say enough of this and stop this? We are sick or tired of it. Do you think
they will? They will, and that's the problem with the Western Africans. They don't realize what we're capable of. We can overturn in one night. In one night, we can switch, and the Westerners know this, and that's why they're encouraging this.
If they will, and that's the way, then our job simply is to make them aware of these that's happening and this competition happening, to make these kind of situations aware and all that stuff. And I think in the next couple of years that may potentially happen, but it's going to require political action. And the politicians, I think in due time, some politicians will start to realize it as well. So it will naturally take course, but we must drive it, I suppose.
I just think Africans, we need to first, we need reparations for what's been happening in our continent. We need our money for all the hundreds of years of looting and destroying our economy. But now we're not going to be double punished by people coming back and making life harder for Africans.
I think I think ultimately you come from a moral standpoint, and I agree with you. Ultimately, it will be what heals us. But as an individual, I am not waiting for government in the meantime, personally. But I get what you're saying.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I think a lot of people think it, they just haven't said it. They think it and they haven't said it. But I'm saying it. Some woman, she was left America because life was hard for her. So first of all, you're fleeing. You're not moving to Africa because you want to do something positive. You're fleeing. You're like a refugee. So it's a different type of, like, now she's in Africa.
Don't you, Mrs. Chill, want to invest in Africa or own land or own something? Something of substance in this planet. Don't you want to do that? Leave something for your future generation.
My ancestors already done it. It's already ours.
So it's already ours.
But obviously, I'll go there and I'll do something. But my mindset isn't, oh, quick, I better buy it up. Not this greedy capitalist thing that I'm seeing, which is really bad. I'm seeing them take advantage of their Western dollars and buying up land. But anyway, eventually, the money will eventually it's going to the country, because they can't sustain that life unless they come up with ideas to generate income. They lose out themselves.
Yeah,
So,
actually, my sister, you made a very important point about the capitalism, and actually, that's actually one of the solutions that when you look, especially when it comes to the land grabs. My brother Darth, you asked another one of the solution is actually that you see right now, the company, like, it's the billionaires who are grabbing land right now. A lot of billionaires and a lot of companies are grabbing land in Africa, because they see the speculation of the prices of food going up, right? Like, if you look at right now, they speculate on the price of wheat, and that was illegal before before the 1990s. I think in the 80s that was illegal. You weren't allowed to speculate on food, but then they fought for that to be legalized.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's why now you find a lot of land grabs in the name of.
not only land grabs. Some of them are online trying to provide foreigners advice how to buy land in Africa. Some of them are such traitors, like they don't even know where they belong. How can you sell, information, where to live? They're helping the enemy online in your own country, and I think that's very dangerous.
They managed to overturn the ruling against speculation in food prices and all that. They managed to overturn that.
Yeah, that's why That's why they speculate on the price of wheat, the price of
Oh,
and how did they manage to patent crops and all that stuff? How did they do that exactly? Like, that seems natural as well. It says, how can they patent something that which is natural in this world and all that stuff, and say now it belongs to us? You can't tell it. How does that make sense? I mean,
they patent the seeds. They patent the seeds.
How can you patent a seed that's natural?
It's madness. This is why capitalism is crazy.
Explain to me, how can you patent something that God created?
It's just like how can you discover a country?
Tell me how you can patent something that God created.
Madness, and that's why we must stop.
I'm not joking. I actually want to understand the process, why, and the justification why they will patent certain crops. I don't know any better in this situation. Explain to me.
It's about the crossbreeding of. They do the crossbreeding. They do the genetic modification. It's called what? GMOs. The GMOs.
Okay. Crossbreeding. That's what it is. So they crossbreed certain crops as well, and okay. That's quite interesting. I suppose if you did the discovery in that as well. But this patenting thing has been such a problem as well. At one point in history, all human beings, in terms of technological advancement or military advancement, all these patenting didn't exist as well. So the humanity existed at a state where we are equal militarily as well. But the introduction of this patenting has completely kept them at the top of competition. And we have failed. And in fact, the rest of the world has fallen behind, and they have been the only ones to progress mankind in terms of technology as well because of this patenting as well. And of course, they have to do that as well because what else do they have to compete with apart from what else do you have to compete with apart from ideas that you come up with as well? You know, so but then there's also ideas others come up and they buy them up with money. So it's kind of I don't know. I don't know. I just think you can see the results of it of patenting food crops in Africa, so you can understand the same results as to how they keep a lead in terms of scientific discoveries as well. But I digress. You know, I digress.
Yeah. Actually, there's something. I have a question. First of all, for my sister Janet Starr, because you talked about Western Africans. What when you talk about Western Africa? Oh, she's left. Oh, okay. I was going to ask about our opinion on the Caribbeans, but since Marie Antoinette is here, what do you think about that perspective of the Western Africans? When she say Western Africans, she's talking about the Africans in the West. Well, I don't know. I don't know if the Caribbeans were part of that classification. I was going to ask her, but what do you think about what she said about the land grabbing of Westernized Africans, in short?
No, I do agree that they are, to some extent, they're copying the ideology of the colonialists, but my father always taught me that for some strange reason, Africans tend to not understand the value of land. And he was talking about Africans in Trinidad. So when I was a child, he bought my brother and me a piece of land each. And he was right, because I didn't see the value of the land that he bought. And I was wondering, well, why did he buy it in that particular area? I don't like that area. What on earth was the reason for this decision? And it's only now that I'm seeing Bill Gates buying land everywhere that I'm beginning to understand. You know, I think we Africans really have a problem with not being able to understand the value of land. Having land is food sovereignty, not just food security, food sovereignty. The people shouldn't be able to use crops as a weapon to subjugate you. So now that I am seeing Africans buying land, I am saying, thank God. They could be as capitalist as they want. I stand with them. Buy all the land in the world. They tell Bill Gates that he cannot have the land of Africa.
Yeah, actually, my people here are discussing this thing. I actually found the article the book I was trying to share. Let me show it here, because I was like, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just need a few minutes to get it. Then I found it. Let me read it here. It's from here. Let me read from this second paragraph. The European starts with an immense advantage. The African's longing to be absorbed, to lose himself into the white man's world. Out of this has been forged the black-white alliance in the post-Uhuru Kenya. The African, lacking a vision of his own autonomous manhood, is vulnerable to every flattery. Between the oppressor and the oppressed, master and slave, there exist profound psychological bonds. Never come between a man and his slave. The slave will surely kill you first. Beyond all this, the slave yearns to be like the master. He craves his acceptance and his recognition. His hatred, so full of cruelty, is often no more than a perverted adoration turned inside out. It is because of this yearning for the oppressor that slaves are never genuine rebels. This is what I was looking for, guys. I found it. Thank you for giving me the time to find it. So what do you guys think about that? You know, in terms of now the African perspective, you know.
it is quite scathing, and then he's full of himself as well, full of his own boot as well, thinking, that's how you position yourself as God and all that stuff. You think you can dictate or judge what a man is supposed to be entirely as well. But I understand where it comes from as well, but I don't give a shit about that, to be honest. You don't let somebody speak that into your life, I suppose. You don't accept that. I think he's full of he's on his ass. He's full of he has his fingers in his ass. I don't know how to say that entirely. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an Indian from Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah,
that's fucked up.
Are we still on VS Naipur?
Yeah. I was looking. I needed time to look for, because it was in my mind. I knew that part. I read it and I was like looking for it. Then I was given a few.
Yeah, he's one of those confused, out or in people. Marie Antoinette, thank you for joining us today. You have made some very salient points today. I hope you have the time and the opportunity to join us more often, because we do need more women's voices. Unfortunately, I find myself sometimes overrepresenting the women, and I'm only one, so I can't speak for them all. So thank you for joining. And there was somebody that Raven. Hello. Good to be on the same stream as you. I haven't been before, so introductions.
No, Tanzan, we've been on the same stream and all that stuff. Well, I know you and all that stuff. I'm a supporter of you as well. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
I was waiting for you to say that. I like more in the sense that I'm a supporter of you as well. It's just I've been in too many battles lately and all that. So I'm just holding.
Yeah.
Okay.
You even changed your name.
What was the name before?
Madara. His name is if we forgotten Madara.
Oh wow. Okay. Are you into comic books? Just by the by.
What am I into right now? What am I into these days in my life? I was into comic books, manga, and all that stuff. I watch Marvel, sci-fi, and all that stuff. What am I into these days? I'm not particularly into much. I like history, documentaries, and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I keep up with. I keep up with philosophical stuff. I'm not into any fake media, Western media. I don't watch films, movies that much these days, because everything is programmed and planned or something telegraphed, and I just see too much bullshit on media that I actually pulled myself away from it as well. But I'm into real evidence, facts. But that's enough about me and all that stuff.
No, that's not enough. But okay. Okay.
Guys, Tanzan, what the part I read, that paragraph I've just read. What do you think about what this guy said? Did you listen? Or because he had I know he has some he's definitely he's a racist. He's definitely racist, but he made some very interesting points that sometimes you have to just like, oh, okay.
Okay. Can you read it real quick or summarize it?
Let me read it again, because in fact, let me put it over here. Because we were talking about our politician, we're talking about the person, those people who sell us out, right? So let's read it here. I don't know if you can read it. Okay, let me see if I can zoom it.
The dog's necrophobia. Okay, I can see it now. Okay, yeah.
The European starts with an immense advantage. This is talking about the European advantage. The Africans longing to be absorbed. That is the advantage of the European. The Africans longing to be absorbed or to lose himself into the white man's world. I was talking about this, right? No, I know this guy is racist, but sometimes a racist can tell you some things you don't know. But we're talking about our 1% going who are selling us out, destroying your own African country, selling land to Europeans in your own country, living and then you go to live in Europe. You take your children to Europe. So this is what was the Africans longing to be absorbed, to lose himself into the white man's world. Out of this has been forged the black and white. Okay, the Black and White Alliance in post Uhuru Kenya. The forgiving and forgetting. The African lacking a vision of his own autonomous manhood is vulnerable to every flattery. He talked about this. You're not like the other Africans. Is vulnerable to every flattery. Between the oppressor and the oppressed, master and slave, there exists a profound psychological bond. Never come between a man and the slave. The slave will surely kill you first.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond all else, the slave yearns to be like the master. He craves his acceptance and recognition. His hatred, so full of cruelty, is often no more than a perverted adoration turned inside out. It is because of this yearning for the oppressor that the slaves are never genuine rebels. He's talking, and if you look at African countries, like the African elite and even the people freedom fighters, they just became oppressors themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a very curious statement that it was in my mind. It was like an itch. I had to take it out. So.
Well, you know what? Let me say this, that the unfortunate thing about us as a people is that we do not understand, nor do we seek to understand the opposite. The Europeans, I will give them this, that despite the hatred and fear of us, the dark continent, they will come and study us. They will come amongst us without fear. Without fear. For us, you go into them and suddenly you're as fearful as a rabbit in a fox's, I don't know what foxes, a collection of foxes is, but you're a rabbit with a whole bunch of foxes. But that's how we go into their world. We go fearful, with our hearts in our hands, all just, bowing and scraping. They come into our worlds with confidence and arrogance, and you can't do anything to me, no matter how many of you there are. They don't care. Oh, a whole bunch of Africans, what are they going to do? Come on. A whole bunch of black people, whatever, But we go into the other places like, bowing and scraping like, So, they know that we want to be liked by them. They know that we'd rather be liked than them.
Hello, everyone.
I'm going to make some lemon tea. I'm going to make some lemon and honey tea. But I'm going to listen in the background. I'm not joining up. I'm going to listen from the other side. So catch you guys in a bit. I'm just going to.
Yes, no problem. No problem. Good to have you, that Raven.
Thank you for joining, that Raven.
Yes. I keep trying to say that Raven, but I know it's Revan because usually it's Raven.
Oh, it's Raven. Oh, I'm sorry. That Raven.
Hello, everyone. How are you people?
Peace.
Welcome.
I can fire. Peace.
But I can fire. Before you speak, let me give chance for Marie Antoinette to.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes,
let's give a chance to Marie Antoinette.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please? What's the question? I have a lot of activity here going on at home.
Oh yeah. No, I just read this paragraph here from the book from Shiva and Tanzan knows his name better. Shiva, I know his name is Shiva, but he's from Trinidad and is an Indian. I think you've read his book or something.
Video Naipaul or someone else?
Yeah, Naipaul.
Yep, that's him.
He's not the most popular person here either. He's not celebrated, even though he has international acclaim, because his description of Indians in his book has not been flattering either. In spite of he has both an inferiority and superiority complex at the same time.
Yep, I agree.
A house for Mr. Biswas, his representation of Indians, I mean, it was extremely candid. He was honest about everything. The disdain with which they regarded the home helper who was of African descent, the treacherous nature of the mother-in-law, everything was depicted in the book. So after you read that book, you didn't, if you had worshipped those people before, you didn't quite worship them anymore. And that book was a two-edged sword.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point about the author. He serves what is it, violence everywhere. But I was talking about this paragraph. Let me read it again because I think maybe you had missed when I was reading it. I don't know if can you read it? Can you see it from the screen? Because
yes,
I've tried to.
About the oppressor, I'll give you an example in the Caribbean as well. Okay, so there's a church. I'm coming to the same point you're making about the oppressor constantly defending the oppressed person constantly defending the oppressor. It's the same point. It's relevant. You'll see in a minute. So there's a church that has two conferences, a black conference and a white conference. And this started because the blacks were they were ill-treated by the whites, so they decided to start their own conference. And yet, if one tries to address this issue, there are many people who would not appreciate this issue being highlighted. And why? This is obviously a sin. It's a Christian church. Why defend or try to cover up or hide sin? Shouldn't sin be rooted out? And you see this when people from the Caribbean make comments about Christianity, many of us are Christians. It's not that we completely discredit Christianity. It's that there are certain issues that are sinful that are not being rooted out. So I would like all the Ethiopians listening to understand this, please. The Christianity to which we have been exposed in the Caribbean is not the same Ethiopian Orthodox empowering Christianity that helped you to defeat the oppressors in Ethiopia. It's different. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church in Trinidad doesn't have prominence. Half the population doesn't even know they exist. So understand the differences. It's a clear case of oppressor versus oppressed in the Christian churches in Trinidad and the English-speaking Caribbean in general. And many of the members defend especially of the older generations. You can't criticize anything in the church, including aspects that are sinful. That is the best example of the oppressed defending the oppressors in the English-speaking Caribbean.
Yeah. Can I ask another question just to follow up on that? When you talk about the relationship within, I don't know the races within Trinidad, but are Indians part of are they viewed as oppressors?
Because of the economic power, they tend to be more entrepreneurial in the sense that they are usually left an inheritance with which to start businesses. So that immediately puts them at an advantage so that they control a lot of the job creation power.
So they're more like a buffer.
Well, the thing is, they have a lot more job security in that there are more connections for them to find jobs, or the ones who are more entrepreneurially inclined, they can start their businesses, and there will be automatic support to start these businesses. And so that is where that's one of the avenues through which the oppression takes place, because you have a lot of people seeking jobs. They could prevent someone from having a livelihood.
Okay. So yeah, let me introduce the man himself. I can fire Rastaman. Welcome, brother.
Yes, I can fire.
At least we have two people from the Caribbeans today.
Oh, wow. Interesting. 2 Caribbeans and 2 East Africans. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, my people. I'll keep the fire burning for Africa. But listen, on this paragraph, right? Okay, if I'm going to describe the man, I describe the man as what you'd call it, childish. As the lady said, he is childish as a grown man. It's like this: the real European is not going to disclose all of these secrets, so he is actually good for us. You feel me? On the back foot. You feel me? He's good for us. What it means is like he's like a child, so he expresses what his parents actually do but don't say. You feel me? So he's expressing how white people see us. You feel me? And he's right. You feel me? Because I'm telling you, because of I don't know if it's tourism in Jamaica, you can get hurt for displaying certain hatred for white people and even acting on it. That shit not gonna cut it either, because people will kill you for their, I think, money. So the and same with Africa. You cannot go, I know that you cannot go and display, like me, I cannot go and display how I feel about Arabs and white people in Africa. I think I'd have to keep that hush hush. You feel me? Because I think the simplest person will just destroy me just because of what I said. Feel me? Worse if I actually do something and they know, I'll be destroyed. The black man will destroy me for the white man. You see that girl that just jumped off? I think the teacher lady put her in her place. That's why she jumped off. You feel me? Because she's a bedwench. She don't come here speaking about all of the millions of acres white people own in Africa and the Arabs own in Africa, Sudan and all different places in Africa that all white countries own. France, all of that. She don't speak of these things. She come here and try to talk about some little parcels of land, like 20 by 20. You feel me? Some hundreds of square foot. You think that's what white people own? You think they've owned hundreds of square foot? You feel me? These people own millions of square foot. I think you are showing it. You feel me? What these people own. How you know how many Africans can't go on those properties? You feel me? So how can we it's like we're not willing to see the scale and how to balance the scale. You need more blacks owning Africa and less whites. That's what you need. You can't be watching black people say, it's like, how stupid do you look? Watching black people advertising how they buy land, they really advertising to black people how they buy land. You can actually survive in Africa. You can actually make it in Africa. You can actually do some things in Africa. See me? Africa don't know what they're getting. You can be getting the best and you can be getting the worst. Actually, you getting the best and the worst of us. You see me? But the good will overwhelm the bad. The best will overwhelm the worst. You see me? Some of the worst only want serenity to become good. You see me? So a lot of people don't understand what this fight is all about. Running around like chickens. You see me? It's like, how can you discriminate against black people? It's like, what do you win? You can go ahead, my people. I just wanted to talk about that. But in essence, that dude is a realist white man. You feel me? He's a realist. So he speaks real shit. You feel me? We, on the other hand, needs to take these things as teaching. You feel me? That's what I have to say.
Nice, like on fire. Man. You've spoken some very. You're also a teacher in your own right, my brother. You've spoken some truths here. So, Tanzan, do you have anything?
Thank you, man.
Marie Antoinette, you have something to say?
No, I agree with everything Iconfire has said. And I think it's always a good idea to take views of different people from the diaspora, even if it challenges things that we consider sacrosanct, such as the way churches are run. You see? So that's what I will say for now.
Yeah, Tanzan.
Yeah, I'm back from my work, from my Tuesday-like work.
Works are good.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely agree with both of you. It's funny how, you know what, we have both abused each other and neglected each other to various degrees. And I think that Africa has neglected the Caribbean and has abused the Black Americans, because Africans seem to just exist in the world as if the Caribbean does not exist except for reggae, dancehall, shabarangs, the good old times. We look to the Caribbean just for that. We don't need you for anything else. We don't need your thoughts and opinions and all of that stuff. Just bring us the music and maybe some food. If you're in the States, some jack chicken or some whatever. That's what we want you for, the Caribbeans. We don't want you to get too intellectual on us. Just make a dance and entertain us, and that's it. Black Americans, you guys are good for just being cool and just cool. You have your music too as well. You have your sports figures, you have your Michael Jordans and stuff. So we like that. We like that, and that's all nice and stuff. But we don't want anything more from you. We don't want your lectures on, African Black Power, blah, blah, blah. Just be cool. We like your music. We copy your, the trap music, all of that stuff. So we neglect that. Now, the Black Americans, it's not as if they're saints or anything. Black Americans, they neglect Africa, the modern Africa. They want to go live in historical past Africa, the Kemet and the empires and all that past Africa. They don't want Africa to exist, Africans to exist in the present. They want to live vicariously through the old Africans.
Okay, that's because poverty is ugly.
Yeah, nobody. Like I said, Mondatezi and also many other places, we are ashamed. We are ashamed of who we are. It's not just the self-hatred. It's that shame that when we look at ourselves, we don't want people to see who we are because we're ashamed of who we are. Somebody who's gone off and, gotten 1,000, education and degrees and all, they don't want to go back to the village and see how the villagers living. They're ashamed of that stuff. They don't want to bring their friends around that. They want to explain it away or deny it entirely. So yeah, we don't want to look at the past and see what we were, and some people go far into the past and they don't want to see the present. So the Black Americans, they don't want to see Africans as they are right now, with their poverty and all that stuff. They long for this mystical, magical, beautiful Elysian paradise of Africa, where the honey and the bees and whatever flowed in generosity. Yeah, so we make up all these images of each other that we don't want to see each other as we are. We want to see past that and see what we want from each other, because the reality is so much stark and, it's not that nice. But it's good to talk so we can actually see the truth and see where we want to go and have these honest and brutal discussions. So, yeah. That is back.
Powerful speech, Tanzan. My brother, I think we have tickled the dark into Darth Raven.
Yes,
you have tickled him into coming back.
Who's that?
What do you have to say, my brother?
I'm tired of fighting with I Can Fire. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore. You understand? What's happening here? I'm just trying to capture this speech because I wanted to share the speech that Putin was saying as well. It was highlighting how this exactly highlights how they have a perception that they should be number one in the world, and now they view themselves as number one in the world, and that everybody else is just a subject to them and just their backyard and all that kind of stuff. That's what Vladimir Putin was saying these days and all this. I mean, we always knew this as well, but it's always interesting to see that we're not the only ones that perceive that this side of the world views everybody else as their backyard, that's like plaything or something. It's not just a perception from us. It's quite interesting. So I was trying to find that song so I can share that exact moment. But yeah. Anyways, sorry.
Wait. Why are we talking about Putin again?
Oh no, we're not talking. I just wanted to share something, but I'm not. I'm trying to find it. But you can carry on.
Okay. All right. Marie Antoinette, let me ask you something. Well, now that we have the Caribbeans in here, what do you guys think about Africans? What has your view been about Africa?
The influence is seen to some extent in the medical system. There were some of my best professors in the first 2.5 years of medical school. That was the science such as anatomy, chemical pathology. I think I respect the education system. I know many people have said that the education system in Africa is not good, but to produce professors of that quality, I think they're doing something well. In terms of religion, we also have pastors here, mostly from Nigeria. When I was, as a child, I met a few from other countries, Ghana, but most of them are from Nigeria.
Wait. Nigerians in Trinidad and Tobago?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Is there any place these people don't go? All right, go ahead.
And they have made some very competent doctors as well, medical doctors.
Okay.
And some of them are both doctors and pastors, a few of them. Yeah, I think, where else? that is really the extent of their influence in our society. Other than that, it's more in the area of the arts. We enjoy music from different countries in the continent as well. Our food is also heavily influenced. When I went to study the book Arrow of God, we invited members of the Nigerian consulate, and they brought, I believe it was fufu for all of us to taste. So there's a healthy cultural exchange, but it's I would like to see, you know, a little more prominence, but we do appreciate the influence here.
I don't know if it's just me, but you went all quiet, Maria.
Oh, yeah.
I have to mute for a few minutes because I have a lot of noise here.
Oh, okay. It's not just me then. Oh, we lost I Can Fire. We lost I Can Fire.
But now we have, I think he was I think experiencing some technical issues, but maybe he'll be back. But
that's something when they tell you just for a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's okay. You wanted to share something?
Just something quick. I want you guys to maybe just have a look and tell me how you feel about it as well. Let's see how I can do this. Share. Let me share slides, screen. Share screen. Just the one screen.
Yeah, guys, also donate to the cause over here, Swahili Nation One Africa funding. Don't we are looking for. We're going to. I think you watch the video over there, or watch the video in the beginning of the show. We talk about the offices that we're trying to move in as One Africa. So yeah.
Can you see this? Can you see this, Mondetezik? What I'm sharing?
Let me see. I Can Fire is back. Yeah, I think I can see it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna play it shortly. Can you see that?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play it shortly to a certain extent. It's not the whole video as well. So if you can hear it.
At this point, I would like to introduce the vision that Russia and its leadership have
just a bit
of the current economic situation and on economic perspectives. And we'll also tell you how Russia will act under its swiftly changing economic circumstances. 2 years ago, when I addressed the Davos Forum, I said that the monopolar order was ended. It was ended even though there were many attempts to keep it by all means possible. This is a historical, natural movement. Indeed, it is quite difficult to combine cultural and economic variety with a single standard. Now, some standards are being imposed from a single center that won't work. And the problem, the issue is that there is a wrong concept. You see, if only strong powers take all the decisions, it won't work. When all decisions are working from one side, when all decisions are going just one way. The US have pronounced their victory during the Cold War, and they saw themselves as missionaries of God on this earth. And they have interest which they see as sacrosanct. But they did not notice that over the last 10 years, throughout the world, new centers, new powerful centers have emerged. And those powerful centers are developing their own.
How much of it do we have to listen?
A little bit.
They have a right to defend the national solidarity. So we are not natural processes. Those are economic changes.
I want to talk about African national solidarity.
The whole international relations system, where the role of dynamic states with growing perspectives, those are nations we can no longer ignore. Those changes are critical, fundamental, and undeniable.
Oh God, why don't you just tell us an argument, man? Why do we have to listen to this? Just tell us an argument.
Back to their earlier state, this won't happen. But it looks as though
Stop it, man, and give us an argument, man.
I can fire. That Raven. When? How long, man? Because it's been.
It's just a little bit up to almost about here. Just about here. Just about here. But okay, let's just see. Let's just see.
It's throwing us off, bro. I'm telling you. Just give us an argument. What is it about?
I'm sorry, you're like a barking dog. Calm down.
Just tell us what it's about. That's all I'm saying.
When they challenge the sovereignty of some nations. For instance, Yugoslavia, Syria, Libya, Iraq, and those are.
I wanted you guys to get to the bit where he talks about where he talks about how the West views the world. But I didn't want to quote him. I wanted you guys to hear him himself and all that stuff. I'm just saying that I wanted to see the impression that you guys get. Like, this is how the West perceives the world, and this is how they perceive themselves in the world, and this is how they move. I'm sure we're all aware as well, but they perceive themselves in a higher state of being, as like they are higher being. That's what Putin said, that these people, they're a higher state of being, and everybody else is a lower level or a lower life form as well. And you can see how much they fight hard. They believe that they cannot trust a world where they do not lead it as well. So the reason why they don't trust a world that they don't lead. That's why they fight very hard to keep the status quo, causing all these things, all these resets as well. You understand? But I wanted you guys to hear it and get your opinion on what kind of, not necessarily what you think, but how you feel about what you heard. But I guess I can find it such in a hurry and all that stuff. But anyway, it was just a little bit. Anyway, let's carry on.
It was a little difficult to hear. The audio wasn't so good, but I actually listened to the entire speech yesterday, day before yesterday. And it was an extremely good speech. It was just a little difficult to concentrate because it was quite long. It's one of Putin's longest speeches. So I listened to it in two parts. He makes extremely good points, especially where he outlines the manner in which food is almost being weaponized, to subjugate. There is a monopoly by certain Western countries on the food supply, especially grains.
Exactly.
This speech should be made compulsory for certain courses. It is long. It is difficult to concentrate during the speech, but people really should listen to it on their own time and analyze the speech, because he makes very, very valid points. And I hope all the presidents and prime ministers on the continent have listened to this speech several times.
I agree with you. People should listen to it, I guess, in their own times as well. I can take over the whole show and make everybody listen to it. But it's definitely a speech worth listening to as well. You never heard him completely speak so so openly like that, like with no hold back, no diplomacy. He just said it the way he is as well. And like, this is how the world is, and this is where the world is moving. And I found that like a very interesting speech, and I think a lot more Africans need to see that speech as well. I can find it. You will love that speech.
Hey, listen. This is what I have to say about Putin. I didn't hear the speech, but I know Putin. And what I do know about Putin is he is not with Western Europe, and he is not with America. what that means to me is all of the people who are involved in my people's enslavement, he don't like. I don't know the reason, because all of them white. I don't know the reason, but I'm willing to bet you that I prefer, and I'll tell you that I prefer his side. You feel me? Because no matter how I see the enslaver's teeth, I will never forget their atrocities, and I will never forgive it either. You feel me? The reason why I can't forgive none of these things is because they have not been repaid. These people need to be repaid. And we Africans, especially men who are looking for a soft bitch attitude as an option, and these things are not options. You feel me? I have some men now, diplomacy and can't speak a certain particular way. Man, I think man, do or die. This is do or die. So we don't have no time for diplomacy. Of course, the art of war. So, but unless you with the art of war, you feel me? Then you know diplomacy is for the time of diplomacy. In these common reasoning, in these common conversations, I have no time for diplomacy because I'm not dealing with diplomatic people. I'm dealing with the common individual like myself. So I don't see any reason for diplomacy. That's why I speak how I speak, because people need to understand in their typical language. You see me? Not no diplomatic language. You'll never get it. You see me? You'll never get it. So we need to talk open, talk frank, make it be known whose side you on. All of us, a lot of us are. Go ask any random Africa whose side he's on. He's definitely not on Africa's side. He's swinging. A lot of them, you can see how the actions speak louder than words, right? And you can see in their actions how they glorify whiteness and white people. Just like the man in the paragraph in that chronicle said. You feel me? Just like he said that we the African, you feel me, is trying everything to be embraced by the white man. We trying everything to be assimilated into their societies. You feel me? We would cut down any man that come between we and the bitch ass white man. You feel me? And that's why I say bitch ass white man, because you cannot be speaking respectful about these people. Because the children will take it another way. You have to speak disrespectful about people who disrespect you. You have to speak in odds of people who are in odds of you, or with you. It is not normal for you to speak good about people who speak bad against you. It's not normal. You can see you in a trance. You see me? So it's like, how you gonna make the slave that loves his master find out that his master is an evil, cruel little bitch that need to be destroyed? How you gonna do that? You're gonna have to tell him. You're gonna have to tell him. You're gonna have to remind him every day. You're gonna have to make the comparison. Oh, you see how you treated? Look at that guy. You see? He is on his own. He is a true leader of his own self. And you see, you a bitch ass nigga. You there licking boot, tap dancing, all that. You have to do it. I'm telling you, all these things, all the way I'm speaking, it's all sacrifice. It's all sacrifice. I don't have to speak this way, but I want to, because you need to. You need to have these type of thoughts, like, oh, these people need to be destroyed. You need to teach your kids that. You need to. You can't be growing up unaware children, unaware of the circumstances ahead. It's a losing battle. Sorry to preach so much. Sorry to preach anyway.
I suppose it's a way of speaking, isn't it? I can find. You have your own way of expressing things, and other people have their own ways of expressing things as well. We don't necessarily all have to address things the way you do as well, you know. But it's your own way of doing, and no one's gonna stop you in doing that. I think.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You see me? But all I'm saying is, what's working? How is that working out for you? You see me? How being soft and turning the other cheek working out for you?
It's not necessarily turning the other cheek.
Hold on, wait. Your country, your particular country, is under duress by tourism, and is discriminating and is putting your people in lowly positions. Your people that is prideful, that cover their ladies, that love their people. They have destroyed your people's mentality through poverty. Destroyed how their self-esteem, making our ladies do all type of things that they wouldn't do normally. Aren't you mad? Aren't you upset that these people have made your people so powerless that they can degrade your woman because of poverty and wants and needs? You're not upset? What are you gonna do? Talk nice about it? See, that's the whole thing. That's the soft thing about we as men. I have nothing to say to the woman. We as men is turning into bitches. Do you know that in Gambia, men can be bought by crackers? You see what they did? Are you seeing what these people are doing to us and turning us? We not upset. Oh, we not upset. Do you know what causes it? Because they are strangling your people and your government and your country. You're not mad. You're not upset. Are you gonna talk nice about it? You see me? When hunger and hold on, is hunger apologetic? Is hunger diplomatic? I'm tired of talking, man. Go ahead. Tell me if I'm making any sense. Go ahead.
No, you do make sense, I suppose. You do make sense. You make sense from your point of view and your perspective and where you are at life as well. So I do not disagree with you as well. We're all at different stages in life, and we all command a different type of language at that time. So with you, you're at a stage where perhaps you've attained too much, or you just don't care. Maybe you just don't care. I think you just don't care or something. But we approach it differently, just differently. I'm not. I can't even speak too much. I can't even speak too much. But the thing is, somebody go on and all that stuff. Somebody go on, you know. But yes, some of us have to be careful instead of using languages such as that as well. You know, I mean, at the same time, when I let loose like that, I'm even cautioned. You need to be careful what you say and all that stuff. I can fire. Don't you think, to an extent, you need to rein in some of what you say, maybe for your own sake and all that stuff? Because you've been dragged all over the internet lately for the amount of stuff that you say about throwing people in the sea, killing people, genociding people, and all that kind of stuff. You've come under so much scrutiny and all that stuff. But you know, like I said, we're all at different stages.
Yeah, you see all of these things, right? All of these things is just I show it, you see it that way, but I see it another way. You see me? It's like this. I only speak positive about black people, and even if I speak negative, it's for positive. So if you don't like me, then you're an enemy of your own people. So all of that display is just showing you the controversy that we in, and the defeatist position that we in. You feel me? Because you have weak people who suck up to white people and Europeans and Arabs. They all suck up to them, lick their boots off, all that stuff. Give me a second.
So somebody say something. Tanzan, say something. I know you tend to co-sign I Can Fire. Say something. Somebody say something. I can't go talking like I Can Fire. That's mad. Come on. Go on.
Co-signing. I don't know about that. So what was I Can Fire's main point?
I think I Can Fire's main point was we should stop bitching about and say things that honestly, if we say we have to kill them, say we have to kill them, because obviously they do it. They're not necessarily saying it, but they're doing it, and we can see it as well. So why do we need to be a bit more gentle in our speech, a bit more diplomatic or something like that? We need to say.
Look, my case for diplomacy is this: that diplomacy is about tact. It's not about revealing your full hand to the person when you're playing poker, or those games that men play around the poker table. You don't show your full hand to people. You don't tell them, I'm going to do this or that or the other. So my only approach is one of keeping things close to your heart. And the second thing is this, that there is truth in the fact that we should be more selfish as a people. We're too worried about being nice, being accepted, being loved, being on the right side of things, and we're less worried about surviving, about passing on something to the children, about being respected as a people and as individuals. We're less worried about the things that we should be worried about, and more worried about what others think of us. So in that respect, that is very, very true, that we can go and destroy somebody who looks like us, but we bend over backwards for somebody who we clearly know that is not in our best interest. So that is something that we have to. Sorry?
Yeah.
I'm back. Admire that what you saying, Tanzan. Let me continue for a second. Empress Tanzan, you want to continue?
No, you said you want to continue, so
yes. So I'm saying this now. I'm sacrificing. My life is worth nothing. First of all, my life is worth nothing if Africa is not owned by Africans. My life is worth nothing if Africans don't have autonomy in Africa. You feel me? So I don't care about my life. You cowardly little bitch ass little niggas. You feel me? You are some cowardly little people. You feel me? You watching your stupid ass little life too much. You don't think about who sacrificed for you. You don't think about all right. You're not saying okay. Just like they killed Thomas Sankara and got rid of our prophet and our leader. I want to sacrifice too. Just because of that reason. Just because of that. I want to sacrifice too. You see me? You see they killed Patrice Lumumba. What are you waiting for? I want to die too. I want to die for my country too. Y'all weak ass little stupid people talking about you men. You feel me? Somebody took away your balls. You feel me?
Okay.
That's what I have to say.
I can fire. I appreciate your passion and all that stuff. There are battles in Africa at the moment.
Don't patronize me, bro.
No,
I don't care what you appreciate.
I love your passion. Why don't you go ahead right now and go? I can fire. You care about the situation. You should go to Africa right now instead of being over here on the internet, because you are at that level where you're ready to die and all that. You should go and address it at the moment. You know, I think when you get to that level where you're ready to lose everything and ready to die.
Yeah, but I don't. Listen. I'll die, yes, but I don't want none of you to kill me.
I have a question when you're finished.
And that's all y'all thinking about, trying to kill the next nigga. That's all you all. Hold on. That's all you stupid ass Africans think about. And same with Jamaicans. So I'm not calling nobody stupid just because I want to. Same with Jamaicans. All you hold on. All you crazy black men. All you have strength to do is kill the other black men. Y'all shrivel up when you come around the white man, and we all should be invading their shit and cutting them down in our societies. You see me? Get the only Arab or white people that's good is the one that's 6'6" in my eyes.
All right.
And that's how you should think.
I think when you are someone that has reached that level yet, I think your time doing the talking is over and all that. Let the bitches who have to talk, and you should be doing action. I can fight because you
hold on. Is you gonna help me to build an army? Because I want to invade what they call what that place is beside Kenya, beside Senegal, beside Mauritania.
Mauritania, all right. You want to invade Mauritania?
Yeah.
I'm sure you can definitely
all those stupid little blue suit boys that I see in there. I want to get them.
But what do you have to say? What Tanzan said, that sometimes you need tact and not necessarily reveal all your cards at one go. You know, you need tact.
The time for that will come. You feel me? This is a free space. Let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me tell you something, rude boy. Let me tell you something, rude boy. You feel me? The war is not a physical war. The war is a spiritual war. It's a mental war. So I'm firing bullets, spiritual bullets. You feel me? And I'm consciousness is winning the war because there's a set of Pan-Africans coming up that not gonna take no talk from these dumbass enslaved. You feel me? They're not gonna take no talk from the dumb enslaves. You feel me? We listen, and we gonna counter, because what I understand, let me tell you, the reason why I behave this way is because you have the enslaved, the one that have slave master, the one that have masters. They are very disrespectful and very overwhelming. What you do in that case, you have to diss them back. You have to overwhelm them too. You see me? You can't be fighting fair around these people that have no laws, because the slaves don't have laws. The enslaved don't have laws. The one that has masters, only the master's law apply to them. We don't have laws among ourselves. You feel me? Nobody coming to look for you or investigate when the enslaved kill you. You feel me? So there's a a set of Pan-Africans coming up that not taking no talk and is willing to defend themselves at all cost. You feel me? Because we're not here to make no enslaved, premature developed mind win. You think we gonna make you with your premature developed mind kill us, and then 2 years you say, "Oh, I didn't know what I was doing." You got me? Hell no. We need to formulate something that will discipline some of these enslaved and inferior mind people that consider that, and we need to put standard in their minds, because they have no standards towards blackness, and these things need to change. You feel me? All of them running around, all they're doing is serving white people. Go look in some African grannies' home, and even young Africans' home. You see white Jesus on the walls. You see white Jesus on the walls. I swear to you. You feel me? You think you more important than that thinking picture? You think you more important than that stinking picture? That's why I call it a stinking picture, because it is irrelevant. Because Christ is S-U-N, not S-O-N. There's only one light of the world, S-U-N. Nothing else lights the world up. Nothing else gives us life. It is S-U-N that gives us life forevermore. So we all are traumatized and misled. And that's why I speak this way, because we tried it the manners way. We can do manners and all that stuff, but sometimes people gotta just get put in their stupid ass place. You think you're gonna be stupid and I'm not gonna tell you stupid? You what you call it? You are part of the problem. I'm gonna tell you. You are part of the problem. Go ahead, my people.
Okay, let's allow Maria Antoinette was wanted to speak.
Do you know what I find particularly painful and traumatic? I would be listening to another channel of people who are of various ages, most of them fairly young, and it doesn't matter what topic is set as the topic of the night. Somehow it just becomes tribe, tribe, tribe. Tribe, tribe, tribe. The entire world is in a crisis. And for the life of me, tribe, tribe, tribe. Tribe, tribe, tribe. I am afraid to go to the continent at the moment.
First of all, if you utter a word, they'll stop you right there. What tribe you come from?
But I got it right here on Swahili Nation. Oh my goodness. It hurt. It hurt. And it was someone from the USA asking whether I was pure African or not. And I'm trying to make a point so that we could reach somewhere. Our priorities are wrong. And sometimes we need icon fire to just whip everybody into shape.
Of course. Stupid ass people acting like, hold on, running around. Hold on.
Reaction, but interesting.
Icon fire is a bit mad, though. Icon fire is mad. He's not right in the head. Anyway, no problem.
Yeah, but you see, God, you can always call me mad, but you never come with solution. If you follow what I say, you be straight. Because anytime, hold on, God. You're supposed to wait till somebody finish, then you talk. It's called intelligence. Anyway, this is what I have to say. When I speak, I try to find solution. Let me tell you, I'm a mechanic. It don't make sense trying to work on no car if you can't find solutions, or else you're stupid. And you can't think a part on. Now you can imagine that this is the right part. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Hold on, let me speak. Hold on, let me speak. In the mechanic world, right is right, wrong is wrong. Logic is the only thing that works on a car. You feel me? And it's same thing with people. It's same thing with a country. Only logic works. Imagination, that shit not gonna work. Diplomacy, it's not gonna work. You can't be diplomatic on a car when it needs a hammer. When something needs a hammer, you gotta get a hammer. You can't like be diplomatic with the goddamn part. You feel me? That's how life is. You feel me? You gotta know when to finesse, and you gotta know when to you got listen, bro. We all walking around thinking that we have sense. And who got you think nobody's not supposed to tell you that you stupid? And what you doing is you being an ass? Come on. Somebody needs to tell you that, bro, you're like the biggest clown in the world. Walking around with your head in the sky above black people. You are nobody. You go licking boots over in Europe, licking all type of white, and then you come to Africa acting like you better than people. That's all Arab teaching do and Christian teaching. The two of them make listen. If you are a genuine Arab,
I can fire shut the fuck up. I can fire shut the fuck up, you stupid idiot. You've been talking so much stupidity. You know, your stupidity is the reason why many of our leaders died. The situation is much more complex, and it's not as simple as hitting a fucking thing with a camera. The cars, this is not a fucking car. It takes levels. The intricacy takes levels. You have to operate tactically as well to understand the whole situation. Look at Magufuli. What happened to him? Look at how many leaders that did exactly what you did and they fucking died. You want to repeat the same thing? You're a fucking idiot that's just useful to be a martyr. Shut the fuck up.
Well, let's not get too passionate and, you know.
He talks too much shit, bruv. He talks too much shit. And he thinks he knows a lot. Why do you think you get dragged across the internet? You're too foolish to understand your collective need and your individual need as well. And then you have the nerve to say, I don't want to go to Africa and let Africans kill me. Because you fully understand. So you chat so much shit, yet you don't set foot in Africa to know the situation. You know exactly
you only kill black people. Only black people you all kill. That's my problem. You only kill black people.
If you are at that level, go to Africa right now. I can fire. If you're at that level, go and be a martyr. You are welcome. Go and be a martyr and die. You speak so much stupidity. Why do you think nobody else speak like you? Is it because they're idiots?
Are you speaking so wide?
They fully understand the situation. That's why. They fully understand the situation, and the situation requires tact, and it requires hard power when it's necessary. You can't go all guns blazing about these things. You're being an idiot. You're being an idiot. You pointing fingers saying somebody, you're being an idiot. I can fire. I fucking said I'm not gonna raise my voice with you again because I'm sick of arguing with madmen like you. You're just mad. I can fire. You're a madman that I should not reason with. You understand?
Yes. Those are your evidence. You think you smart now. Now that you did your rent. You did your rent.
Do what you say you're gonna do. Go and do what you say you're gonna do. Go and do what you're gonna say you're gonna do. You're not gonna do it. You're just gonna keep on the internet.
I didn't even say I was gonna do anything.
Kill these people. We should kill these people. You're not gonna kill anyone because you are nobody. You got nothing. You got nothing that you can to kill anyone. So shut the fuck up about killing people. You don't fully understand.
You sound like a spy, bro.
You're not gonna fucking kill anyone. I can fire. Shut the fuck up. You're just a mad guy. You're a mad old man. You're a mad old man.
That way, bro. Did I say nothing like that?
Listen, You're a madman with nothing to lose in your life. You understand?
Madman.
You achieve nothing.
Madman.
Because if achieve nothing, you have nothing to lose, and you expect people to lose all that they've built. You understand what I mean? You have nothing to lose because you have achieved nothing, and you're the half at the end of your life. Yet you're calling people stupid. What have you achieved? I can fire. You're an idiot. You understand? You're an idiot at the end of your life, like an old man sending young people to die as well, when you should have done it in your time. Shut the fuck up.
Nag. Are you done yet? Tell us when you're done.
You want to send kids to murder them.
Tell us when you're done crying. Tell us when you're done crying.
You want kids to be the one.
Tell us when you're done crying. Tell us when you're done crying, little soft person.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Nobody's crying. I'm telling you, you are a loser.
Fine. I can hear the tears. I can hear the tears dropping.
In your life. That's why you don't care. You're a loser with nothing to lose in your life. That's why you don't care.
I can hear the tears. I can hear the tears, bro.
You're a loser. I can fire at your life.
Okay.
You achieve nothing, yet you want people to lose their life. You want young people to die. You are a loser that just is good to be a martyr. You're just good to be a martyr. Go do your job. Do your represent. Be a martyr. Idiot.
Damn, you spend so much energy to destroy the next person. Next black man. Look how you destroyed me. Look how you destroyed. Look how you destroyed.
You're just an idiot.
Oh my gosh.
You're a loser with no real significant achievement in your life. That's why you are ready to be a martyr. But none of us are like that. I can fire. We have something to aim for. We have something to live for. We have something to strive for. None of us are stupid enough to die needlessly like you. We will follow a plan. You can go and be a martyr and die because your life means nothing because it's almost at the end. Piece of shit.
Oh, the black man just destroyed the next black man and the white man remain unscathed.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I can fire. You know what you're doing. You know, I've been talking to Tunisia and I said to him, some of these idiots sometimes are incentivized to come here and do this stupidity as well. And I can fire, I'm looking at you as well. Nobody ever in these panels I've ever heard, even if they want to do, even if their heart is in the right place, nobody speaks as idiotically as you speak. Nobody speaks as stupidly as you speak. And because of you, Pan-Africanism on the space has come under so much heavy fire from all over the place. You have done your job.
Shut up, you. You're a bootlicker. Nobody not taking
everybody. You have done your job to push out everybody. You have alienated, pushed out everybody because you keep speaking genocide of different types of Africans. You are an idiot, a loser with no fucking significant achievement half your life, and you think you want kids to go murder themselves. Shut up. Shut up, I can fire. Go live the rest of your life. Go live the rest of your life in significance. Live the rest of your life in significance because you're not going to do nothing because you haven't done nothing. You haven't done nothing of significance. There people are thinking of doing things their own way. You want them to go die. You have done nothing of significance in this life.
Nothing. 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 You must be my girl.
I can fire. You're probably gonna do nothing in your life.
You're
just gonna keep talking and talking.
Oh my gosh, are you done yet? Are you done yet?
You're not gonna do anything.
Man, you ran like a bitch. My gosh, you worse than a girl. You see, that's the thing I'm talking about with you goddamn men. Talking about you men. You're just willing to cuss like a bitch. Say something else.
I can fire. Shut the fuck up. You are a loser. You're a loser.
You're so predictable.
You know how you know someone is a loser? Because they have nothing to lose. That's how you're a loser. You have nothing to lose. That's why you're a loser. And you want kids to go sacrifice themselves when you haven't done it all your life. Tell us the significant thing that you have achieved. A mechanic. Well, yes, we need a mechanic and all that stuff. That's all. I'm not going to knock it down. I'm not going to knock it down. You're a
Shut the
fucking
fuck
loser.
up.
I can fire.
Shut
You're a
the
loser,
fuck
and don't
up.
fucking come with that rhetoric
You
again.
don't even have nothing to say,
Don't
God.
fucking
You ain't even saying nothing. All you just repeating yourself. When are you gonna say something normal?
I can fire. When somebody's speaking to you, they don't need to go normal because
You
you
don't
never.
even sound appropriate, bro. You
It gets to
don't
a
even
point.
sound like you.
It gets
You
to
don't
a
even sound
point.
like you logical right now.
It
Sound
gets
like
to a
you
point.
sniff a piece of coke or
It
something.
gets to a point when one doesn't have to reason with you because you are an unreasonable person. You are an illogical person. You are a completely idiot and a buffoon and an oaf. And most of the time, I will say, I can fire. You're just a fucking barking dog. You just are a barking dog. That's why. And we do need barking dogs. When the plan comes, I can fire. You will be the barking dog that we need. You're just a fucking dog. You understand? That's what you're good for. Insignificant.
So you feel
Old dog.
you feel
That's
better now.
murder.
You feel
We're
better
not
now,
dogs
black man.
here. We're not dogs
You
here.
feel
I
better
can fire.
now,
We're not
black man.
dogs. You can yell your mouth like a stupid Rastafari. The worshipping Haile Selassie. Are you a real
Yo,
man?
black man, we're not done yet.
Worshipping a human being, worshipping another human being, and you're telling us you know something about spirituality. Go
You
smoke
feel
some
better
weed.
now, black man. You feel
Go
better.
go smoke some weed. Go smoke some weed.
Okay, guys. I think
Go smoke some more weed.
okay. No. Aboyak.
Have you taken? Oh wait.
Yeah.
Have you taken your pills?
No. You guys have had your argument, and I was hoping that you guys will like.
Yo, don't
receive-
send me.
love this
Bro,
money because
I
you
wasn't
love it.
arguing with nobody.
You love it.
It's like you can go on forever here, man. You guys are friends.
Wonder Tezzy. Hold on, Wonder Tezzy. Bro, don't say you guys. I wasn't arguing with nobody.
Yeah,
So
no, okay, let me
don't do that.
You think you are intelligent enough to
You don't even say to the man, why are you cussing like that?
veil those insults? But those insults were not veiled. As I've told you, I can fire. Half your age, you have not done what you said you're gonna do. Come on, I can fire. When are you gonna do it? You know. So what it tells me, you're just.
Oh shit! Stop cussing, bro.
As we've discovered, even on tonight's channel, you wanna pass on the education. You wanna pass on to the next generation. That's what you wanna do. That's why you don't care about your life, because you're about to fucking die. You're halfway it. You are a loser. I can fire.
Okay.
You are a
So
loser,
what?
I can
Okay,
fire.
that.
what,
Okay,
Negro?
you guys are
So
too
what,
much.
Negro?
I know myself.
No. Okay, guys. I'm
So
going
what?
to
Have my
So
life
what?
that you have.
So what? I'm leaving you alone to be a bitch ass nigga all by yourself, bitch.
No, come on,
Okay,
but
guys.
Shut up.
Calm down. Guys, you guys have been fighting. Every time you guys come, we fight. And I thought that today probably you'll get that energy off and talk to each other and get tired and maybe even.
Bro, why you put me on mute and the dude was cussing me for an hour and you ain't mute him?
I muted all of you guys because I thought you guys.
But why you muted me now and he be cussing for an hour and all of us sitting there listening? Why you doing that?
You are not on
See
mute.
that shit?
Recently.
Bro, I don't like that shit.
Don't blame
why you didn't mute him? Why you didn't mute him? Didn't you hear him going off on me?
Okay, guys, calm down. Calm down. Yes, okay.
I have to apologize to this channel because
I didn't apologize. Fuck off, little bitch.
I didn't come here for this kind of shit. But I can fire always gets this.
Fuck you, God.
And I'm
Suck your bumper clap, nigga. Batty boy, God. Let me tell you something, Batty boy, God. Me and you face to face, you couldn't speak to me that way, yeah? Little bitch.
Beneath me. I can fire beneath me.
Even at my age, you couldn't speak to me like that in front of my face, yeah?
You're beneath
Thinking,
me.
God.
You're beneath me. You're beneath me. I can fire. You.
See, that's what I'm talking about with niggas. You see me? You see what you want? You want the next black person beneath you. You see, you like a little bitch.
No.
You never argue with a white man like that.
I'm acknowledging a reality.
When have you ever argued? When have you ever told a white man that, God?
There are people I respect.
When have you ever told a white man that? When have you ever told a European that?
I don't respect. You understand? I tell that to Europeans all the time. You understand? Me.
You never, God. You soft ass little nigga, man. You sound like you friendly as fuck.
What's my fucking real
name? You sound like you friendly as fuck.
What's my real name? You don't know my real name. You don't know me. So
Why
shut
you
the
a
fuck
friend
up.
in
Okay,
me?
guys,
Shut the
guys,
fuck up.
guys.
What's that?
Let's go back to the topic. Let's go
Insignificant
back to talk
loser,
about
a
land.
dog, a
You
dog.
guys have had your fight.
Fucking you a goddamn spy.
Tell us
Hey
what you
guys,
have done. Why haven't
guys,
you done?
guys.
You a spy,
Why
man.
haven't you done?
Man.
Sorry. Go on.
Okay.
You
Thank
white
you.
lover.
No. Guys, relax. You guys, you've had your fight. I hope your energy is still. I thought your energy will go down and you'll come up some
No, the
common
energy
ground.
has
It's not
come up.
happening. So
My energy has just come
let's
up.
go back to the topic of land grab in Africa, please.
Fuck your
Eh?
bitch ass mother God. Fuck you.
I can
Oh.
fire. That's how you insult, because your mother is insignificant as well. That's why you are willing to die. You understand what I mean? Because my mother is quite significant. You understand what I mean? That's
Fuck
why I
you.
love my mother. I love my mother. That's why I
Mothers
do.
out of this.
If you
Let's leave each other
disrespect me,
out
I
of it.
disrespect you.
I had to do okay now. Sorry guys for that. I thought these guys would make up, but it's not happening. So the guys up there in the back room. I hope you guys calm down. This is not that type of channel. We kind of have to have some sort of normal discourse over here. I didn't want to chase people out. I don't like doing that, but sometimes we're just forced to do that things. So sorry guys. Samira was everyone used donate $5. Yeah, guys, donate to the One Africa funding to the cause. Today you've had a bit of drama, a little bit of. I didn't expect that. I was hoping to be having a happy ending, but man, these people just argue forever. So yeah, Tanzania, you have something to. Tanzania, you have something to say?
Me, I'm done. I'm done on that one.
Man.
Yeah,
guys. I'm sorry, guys, man. Hopefully, I was hoping for a happy ending, though. It's like, oh, guys, man, and maybe it would be I was hoping for a happy ending. It would be a good moment for everybody to, shake hands, and it's like, oh, yeah. But it wasn't coming. So, Maria Antoinette, I'm sorry. I hope it didn't make you too uncomfortable. You've been silent.
Yeah, I have no energy left. I'm exhausted. I think this is what really scares me about all these spaces, because this is nothing uncommon among the men.
Yeah, you have a very interesting point. Among the men fight, African men, what do you think is causing this?
I have no idea. It's the same on Kaiserian Empire.
I don't know. I'm feeling okay. Maybe these guys can maybe apologize and show us that African men can come together and talk in peace and be civilized.
I think this is the main reason I don't participate much on these spaces, because it happens quite often. I have to protect my energy.
What do you say, Tanzan? Do you think it's the men?
Yeah, I think that you men need to get along and to be able to disagree without having to fight, to come to, some sort of passionate, hostility or anger and all that. Maybe it's also a reason why the women don't want to come on the panels. You see, the number of women in the panels is more than the number of women, coming up, because they're afraid of just this kind of thing where people start calling each other names and telling each other. I don't mind a bit, we're all adults. I don't mind a bit of a curse here and there. I'm not some prurient, censor, looking over but if we're talking, then there has to be, you have to look at it as you're speaking in public. You're talking to people, and people are going to hear and listen. So it's like being on a, on a radio panel or a television panel. You're not just going to go off and start, cussing people out, especially if it's not related to the subject. If you don't agree with what somebody's saying, you don't have to agree, just leave it at that. You just say, well, I don't agree with this point because of that and the other, and so on, and you give your points. There's no need for personal attacks here. Nobody knows anybody here. Nobody knows what people get up to at the end of the day. So there's no point starting to tell somebody, about their mother and this and that and so on. So if we really want, if our intention is to create, a space where people can create, can dialogue and be free to dialogue, you also have to create a place where people are not afraid to be, insulted or shouted over and this. And that's why I like Swahili Nation, because we don't come here to fight. We come here to discuss. It's not always to agree. The point is not to agree with each other, but the point is also not to just fight against each other for unknown and sometimes very trivial reasons. If you don't like somebody, you don't like somebody. We don't like to have to like each other. The best thing you can do is just ignore them. You don't have to engage with somebody that you don't like. You don't have to call them names, because once you do that, you look worse than the person that you're trying to make look bad. So that's it for me.
Guys, let me see if we can.
Mwendetezi, allow me, let me say something. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mwendetezi,
no, first of all, my brother, that have you heard what these the ladies have spoken about?
I've heard what they said, and exactly is the reason why. I mean, the last panel I was in, we were having a long discussion, a very intellectual discussion, an exchange of ideas. I was learning from different people. Fire came in and straight away went on the attack towards me as well. And then I lost.
Yeah. No. Okay, my brother, I think you haven't got the point. But brother, you've been insulting. Okay, it doesn't matter. You can blame somebody else, but those were your actions too. You've been insulting, and you've also.
No. Hold on. I get that. Yeah, this is Swahili Nation, and I know you don't conduct this kind of way and all that stuff. And throughout the whole panel, actually, I was not like that. Even in the last panel, I was not like that. But Fire came in with a. I don't know, with a kind of rapid, anyways, rapid.
Bro. I think
I'll not use that. Right? He came in with insults.
No, okay, bro, my brother. I actually put you here so that you could just take, you could just demonstrate that you can take responsibility.
I can say to Maria Antoinette, I'm sorry that you have to witness that as well. But as you see, I try to avoid it. I tried to avoid it by going to make a cup of tea, and he found some fire in that as well. And as we went on, it's hard to say, but he actually went that way. You understand? So I can't sit there and allow somebody to keep insulting me and all that stuff. I have to retaliate. Unfortunately, I keep meeting my man on this panel on a place where I don't actually want to be that way. I don't actually want to be engaging in that way, and that's why. But it gets to a point where you do get a bit frustrated and you have to cuss back as well. Maybe there is a time where you don't have to be very diplomatic. And myself personally, I respect everybody here. I like hearing from you, Tanzan, even Marie Antoinette. I don't want to come to Swahili Nation to be insulting and all that kind of stuff. That's not what I'm looking for and all that stuff. But I can fire. He's somebody that One last thing. I think I can fire. To me, I regard him as a fucking dog, a rabid dog, dog.
Well, okay.
You are doing so well, and then you went off on the left field. Hey, look, guys. All I'm saying, both to Icon Fire and that Revan, is that if you don't agree with somebody, just let it go. You can't say, oh, I was having a very good day until somebody walked in and so on. If you're having a good day, just continue having a good day. If somebody says something you don't like, just let it go. It's so simple. You don't have to agree with everybody, and everybody does not have to agree with you. If somebody is saying something completely disagreeable with you, let them finish, and then you come and say your point of view. If somebody says, well, the sky is green, well, let them say why it's green, and then you come and say, well, no, actually it's blue. But if you think it's green, well, then you're wrong, and just let it go at that. It's not the end of the world. If somebody disagree with you, at the end of the day, they don't have any power to change your life or to make it better or worse. So don't take it that seriously. If somebody doesn't agree with you, that's all they're doing. They just don't agree with you, and you don't agree with them. That's all it is. So yeah, lighten up a little bit.
Yeah. Also, I think I have to apologize as the host here. It was came crazy. You know, these guys when they started, they were so kind to each other. You know, so everything was so kind. So I thought maybe it will end like that, and I think it was a bad case of judgment in my corner. And now, so I also apologize to my people here.
Better moderation.
Yeah. So I think we've ended with a bit of drama and a bit of chaos, a little bit like the Egyptian god of chaos, Apophis. You know, you've given the Egyptian god of chaos his tribute.
Yeah, that's why I always pray to the ancestors before my shows, so people don't go crazy. So they always remember that the ancestors are listening. Yes.
Yeah. So does anybody? Oh, you guys! I hope you guys. Thank you for your donations. By the way, we passed 2,000 today.
Oh, great.
So yeah, the next target is 3,000, right? Yeah. So the next target is 3,000. Hope you guys keep donating, keep sharing the link, share to your friends and family, so that we donate to the cause. Yeah. So anybody has anything to say or anything to add? I think I will let me add something before. Let me add about the land grabbing in Africa. I think we've really exhausted this topic. A lot of people came in and talked about it, gave a lot of perspectives to the to the topic, and yeah, I really learned a lot. I learned about I learned about Trinidad and Tobago. I actually had a question about Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know if our internet will still have the energy, or maybe we should just push it for next time.
No, it's okay. I think I might be able to address it.
Oh yeah, I was talking when it comes to the land ownership in Trinidad and Tobago. Is it dominated by the non-African races?
No, it's dominated by the Indian race.
The Indians?
Yeah, and many Africans who have land have sold it to Indians.
Oh.
I refuse to sell mine, but quite a few of them sell it for cash.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This thing has been going on. Today I've learned a lot about Trinidad and Tobago. I didn't know these things was happening. Like, whoa. God, it's like South Africa.
in some regards.
Okay. All right. So there. Yeah. Oh, Tanzan, do you have anything to say about this new revelation?
My only thing is, Marie Antoinette, hold strong, don't sell. In fact, if you can, start buying up your neighbors.
Yeah. Now, I think we may not, instead of encouraging people, we need to encourage now Africans to come and invest in and buy land in.
Yeah. To hold that wall strong, that's a shame, because now they'll buy around you and then you'll be the only one holding out. So we need to get some people.
Yeah,
we
but
need to have. Sorry?
I don't know. In the end of the day, it's like is it the grasshopper and it's a children's story about the grasshopper who doesn't prepare for winter. I don't know, something like that. So Marinette has prepared for winter.
Yeah, she has. Now she has to barricade down, for when the assault comes. So yeah, it's coming, but I hope there's more people who stick to their lands and actually do something with them and make them profitable rather than giving them up. Because once you give your land, you'll get some money, but that money, unless you make something of it, it's not going to really do you a lot of good. But the land, even if you don't do anything with it, if you do one day decide to do something with it, it's going to be profitable, even if it's just on the inflation basis. But you can put some houses there, you can have your own place where you live, you can grow crops. It's up to you. So it's always going to be of some value. So yeah, hold on to it, Maria Antoinette.
I have been growing vegetables and fruits, but energy is always a challenge. So.
Yeah, I can imagine. But yeah, we respect that attitude that you have, that that's your land, make use of it and make it work for you. So I hope more people decide to do that.
Is the problem lack of maybe education on the importance of land?
It may be the stigma on agriculture that arose from slavery. I'm not sure.
Okay. Because I don't know. Maybe the perspective of land also changes between different cultures, and land is. But I've seen it also in Africa, where young people are selling.
They sell the land for school fees,
Yeah, but that's I don't know. Is that a bad thing?
I don't know. I'm just saying that it also happens.
That's a terrible situation to be in, but
yeah, it is. It really is.
But that's like an investment in. I don't know. I think it's a bet. It's like a gamble. It's like a gamble.
Yeah. And imagine if it doesn't pay. Imagine the feelings of the child and of the parents. It's a very difficult place to be, and that pressure, just to succeed, not just for your own good, but because people have invested so much into you. There's some people who just pick a career because that's what they want to do. But imagine picking a career because everybody had paid into it and is looking to you for that return. Whew. Well, anyway. It's not an easy place to be. It's always difficult choosing between what's good for you, what's good for the community, what's easy, but you have to give up a lot, or what's hard, but you have to put in a lot.
So yeah. Do you believe it's what do you believe is the solution? Because let's see if there's a possible solution to this issue in Trinidad. Because I can tell you in Africa, like there are laws in I can tell you in Kenya, there are laws about ancestral land where only people from that specific community, or it's called community land actually, only people from that community can actually access or buy that land. So I don't know. Do you think that's a good solution to Trinidad, or what?
Well, to some extent, the situation is improving because people are beginning to see the importance of agricultural endeavors, and now even the government is awarding scholarships and land so that young people who are not employed can start and see agriculture as a viable endeavor. I think it was stigmatized before, but now that people are observing Bill Gates and other billionaires, their minds are changing.
Oh, so there's a shift now towards buying land.
I think so.
Ah, okay. We pray for Trinidad now. We have to. I hope, is this like a problem in Trinidad and Tobago, or it's just a problem towards the whole Caribbean?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's the whole Caribbean. For my my medical elective as a medical student, I did my elective in Jamaica. And I mean, you see the class divide in Jamaica as well. Some of them own land, but at that time, I don't think people saw the value of agriculture either. But it's changed. The situation is changing now.
Okay. Hopefully, maybe more education, more, because I don't know. Hopefully people change, because oh my God, I will not hate. I will hate to see our brothers in the Caribbean and our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean go through. Yeah.
It's a matter of anything that reminds people of slavery is stigmatized, and that is where the problem.
Trauma.
Yeah.
Trauma is like IMF and World Bank. It's like it's just it's a problem that keeps popping.
Definitely.
Oh, okay. So how do people deal with trauma when it comes to this type of trauma? How do you tackle this type of trauma?
I think we deal with it well. Some people deal with it by avoiding anything African. I think that's how some people have dealt with it, the trauma which is why they may, and I'm using religion again, some of them go to a more expressive type of church, a Pentecostal church, but they will still keep their links with the Catholic Church because it is, to some extent, a status symbol. Even if they find their needs aren't being met in the Catholic Church, they remain as members of that church while they seek what they're searching for in another church, a Pentecostal church, which has less status. And they would never break ties with the church that has instituted colorism and classism and racism in the English-speaking Caribbean.
So if this trauma that you've said that it's leading people, or it's pushing people to do such things like sell their land and go to different churches and stuff like that. How now, as from your perspective, maybe even the medical perspective, that how do you deal with this societal problem now, so that people, I don't know, how do you deal with this problem in short?
The trauma manifests itself as high blood pressure, diabetes, strokes resulting from high blood pressure. In terms of diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes, and arthritis, all forms of inflammatory diseases. This is how we see the trauma in the medical field. In addition to, in some cases, abuse of alcohol. In the cases of even some school children in Jamaica, skin bleaching.
So is there any psychological way, or do we just have to let play it cause, like, is there any psychological way that people can be healed from this?
I would say the reason it's difficult is that the powerful in the society really have no incentive to change perceptions. For example, the colorism that exists in Jamaica that causes some school children to engage in skin bleaching. There are people in Jamaica who benefit from colorism. So there's really no incentive to change the societal perception of grading the members of the society based on skin tone. That's not a problem, as much as I hate to admit it. It is not a problem that will be solved anytime soon.
Oh, this is the second permanent problem. Actually, we might make a list of this one because the first one was from Pastor Ezra. He talked about the problem about transferring of land from the white people to the black people, and in South Africa, and he said that is a problem that's not gonna get solved anytime soon too. He says that it's going to be very difficult. So this is the second problem. I think we should have a show to talk about the permanent effects of colonialism, because I'm starting to see them pop up here and there. Like, okay, so although it's a sad problem to have, that skin color will not be solved, because I was that's like the most optimistic one, because I see this wave of people body positivity, especially when it comes to skin color, all over even in Africa, in the United States, even in, I don't know if it's reached mainstream media, but in social media for sure, dark-skinned people are becoming more appreciated. Even in if you look at the best models in Africa are South Sudanese women. They seem to, even men, I think South Sudanese are the ones who actually get the best models. They're the ones who get the modeling contracts all over Africa. So I was assuming that this wave is just pushing towards just even our people in the diaspora, because they're the ones who began it in the first place. I didn't know. So I don't know if it's going to be if it's really impossible for that problem. I think it can be fixed. Personally, I think skin color, I don't know, maybe it's just a fantasy, maybe it's a hope, or it's just optimism. But I was thinking the fact that dark skin, there will be a reversal, that now dark skin will be in is it in style or in fashion or in trend? Because or are we waiting? I saw this in another YouTube channel. Or are we waiting for the white man to tell us that dark skin is good? Tanzan. Okay. Oh, my internet can speak.
I suspected that would happen, but I am not sure. I'm really not sure. There's a shift, but I'm not sure.
Tanzan is gone again.
No, but I'm almost about to. Yeah, when it comes to beauty, we have to define our own standards of beauty. We can't let somebody else tell us what is beautiful and what is not. And unfortunately, the definition of beauty is also the incumbent on the definition of power. So at this point, the people who have the power define what the beautiful is, and the closer it is to their how they look is what is defined as beauty. So I don't get into that whole colorism debate. I think that if somebody doesn't like the color of their skin and they feel the need to change it, that's a deep psychological problem that nobody can really fix. So, but that's not just, it's a symptom of the larger problem, the lack of promotion, the lack of confidence, security, the lack of self-love. So it's not just about bleaching. It comes out in so many different ways, even in ways of people, how they deal with each other, how they look down on people who are supposedly more, local, what do they call them? Native, somebody from Africa calling African people native, things like that. So it's not just in the bleaching. That's the most obvious one, but it comes out in so many ways that even if you stop one thing, you're not going, it will come out in a different way. So bleaching is just one of the more obvious ones, but I think our issues are much, much deeper than that. Or those are just the symptoms of a much deeper problems. So I'll end at that and start getting ready.
Yeah. Okay. I think we probably close in a few minutes, probably right for the next 2 minutes. Keep it in tight for 4:45. But I think you've opened another Pandora's box, Tanzan. Even if, because now you've alluded, because you said something deeper than that. Now it's obvious. Now you're going to have to ask, what is this deeper thing?
Yeah, maybe on the next one. Not today, but
okay. On the next, but let's ask maybe Marie Antoinette. Then we conclude. What do you think? What is this deeper thing that?
I really haven't given it enough thought. For some reason, society deems certain features as more desirable than others, and that makes no sense to me. But that's just the way it is.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it forms part, and in keeping with what I mentioned about our males as well, on many of our spaces, there's an obsession with physical features, and these are males who are supposed to be searching for solutions to the grave problems that face us, and invariably the conversation gets diverted to physical features of different tribes, and it is all very strange to me, and I think by not analyzing it, I might protect my energy better.
Okay, I understand. So okay, let me end with let me remind you guys that tomorrow we have Mondays, Mika, Tuesdays we have Tanzan, but I think, I don't know, Tanzan, will you be there on Tuesday?
I'll be out this week. I'll be out this week because I'm traveling, but I'll be on the next week. Yeah.
Okay, she won't be around, so I don't know who will be there, but do you know bado umepata mtu bado
nyi amja step up, so bado na nini nangojea
basi. Tuesday mimi naweza jaribu. Okay, if there is nobody
nyi wote mko yapo kwa joint effort ama volunteer.
Okay, nitajaribu Tuesday nitajaribu, lakini
yangu iko rahisi. Yangu tu unauliza tu question, watu wanaongea, hakuna ma research mob na hizi mavitu nyinyi mfanyanga homework. Mimi naanzanga tu hivyo.
hivyo. Sawa. So okay, maybe I'll probably be feeling for my sister here, Tanzan. Yes. I don't know. I like doing. I don't know if I'm not somebody who can. I'm not good in small talk, so I'll be safe just doing my small. I know Tanzan is saying it doesn't, but me I'll do my small research. Alafu. So that I can at least have something to so that at least I have something to present, so that I'll be confident that I've presented that thing.
Hey, do what feels good to you. Me, I just go on and yeah.
Yeah, Wednesday we have Professor Ezra himself talking about education in Africa in the 21st century. Education in Africa, a lot of philosophies there. You can learn a lot about the purpose of education and everything of education you can learn over there. Thursday we have Dr. Ebenezer. Oh no, we have two channels. We have two shows on Thursday. We have Paul Justine, the first show I think around 6 o'clock, and he talks about Swahili. His show is purely on Swahili, but you can still join and learn some Swahili, you know. And we talk about some very important topics about Africa. And in the evening at 9 o'clock, we're talking to Dr. Ebenezer himself, and he's talking about the potential in Africa. So yeah, that's a Friday. We have the recap. We recap everything in the week and what happened during the week. And Pastor Ezra probably talk about some very interesting stuff too. Mine, and usually he has two services. He has first service 9 to 10. Then second service he has usually, the way I see, usually starts at midnight to, you know, I think around 4 or something. So you guys can catch both first service and second service. We can talk to, on Saturday we have the Big E himself, the biggest E, talks about diaspora talks. So which even if you're not a diaspora, you can learn a lot from what he's talking about. And if you're a diaspora, you will definitely learn, you know, definitely learn. So yeah, and Sunday it's me here. We've talked about, we are the hidden hand. We talk about a lot of stuff, just a lot of under the skin stuff that's normally not shown, or not normally not seen on TV or conventional media, and you know, try to point the dots and see what's happening. So yeah, it's been a crazy show. It's been a good show actually, because we've learned a lot, and today even Maria Antoinette has given us some rare preview of the things that are happening in Trinidad and Tobago, and also the entire Caribbean. You know, and you guys never knew about that. I've learned a lot. I know Tansan said she's learned a lot. Even Samira said she's learned a lot. Welcome, Sam. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining the stream. I think it's time for me to close with a prayer, unless anybody else has any closing shots or closing statements. Nobody?
No, go ahead. We learned a lot, and it was a very, very interesting session. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my internet.
I agree. We can close.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's I think I'll close the statement. Samira is here. I learned a lot, good, bad, ugly. Yeah, it was the good, the bad, and the ugly, you know, the whole package. But also there's something also we needed to learn that I wish we would have learned today. I was trying to make it happen, but reconciliation. There was I don't know. I was really hoping for that spirit to come today, the spirit of reconciliation, because it will have really made huge change in the energies. You know, be like, oh, so people can fight and people can come and reconcile, but unfortunately, not today. But maybe one day, you know, one day people can, because fighting happens, which is it's common to fight. As Maria Antoinette and you've alluded to that, African men fight a lot, but you know, there is this thing that there's this energy or feeling when people reconcile. You know, it's a really good feeling that I don't know. I feel like usually there was. Let me not go on on a tangent, but if you go to YouTube, there's a documentary on how Africans reconcile in real time. Like there was, I don't know, I think it was about northern Kenya, and there were a bunch of people. I think they were Europeans or something. They had come just to see how Africans reconcile, and it was two tribes fighting, and they were sitting together and they were having a reconciliation talks. The elders were sitting together and they were reconciling. And when they came back, everybody it was happy and everybody was. It was a very interesting documentary. I think, guys, I'll post the link next time. But it was fascinating that people were coming just to see these two tribes reconcile, how Africans reconcile, and they were learning a lot. They were even, and the Europeans are like, oh, look how these guys, look at the wisdom of these guys, because of two tribes coming together to reconcile. So yeah, that's it. So let me pray. Heavenly Father, spiritual Father, thank you for everything. Thank you for the show. Thank you for the stream that you've given us. May we have a great beginning to the week, a very productive week. We pray for Maria Antoinette. We pray for Trinidad and Tobago. We pray for Tanzania and her journey. May it be safe. And we pray for everybody in the Swahili Nation, One Africa family. We pray for the people in the comment section. May they bless them with good health and good living. In your holy name we pray and believe in. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, family.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mondateze. Thank you, Marie Antoinette, and everyone in the chat. Samira, Sam, Aboyak, who else? Caesar. Caesar was here earlier. And yeah, I said Samira. Yeah, thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you again. I don't know when. I won't be here for a couple of days, so thank you. And yeah, have a lovely day, week, journey, all that. Peace.